Welcome to Primary Production Audit Masterclass. This is a comprehensive guide to understanding, implementing, and auditing ISO 9001, ISO 45001, ISO 14001, and ISO 22001 in farms, livestock operations, fisheries, and aquaculture facilities. This is module 1 of 9 modules, and this module is implementation guide and audit reference. We will provide step-by-step implementation procedures and mandatory document checklists also, and audit evidence requirements for ISO 9001 quality management system, ISO 45001 occupational health and safety, ISO 14001 for environmental management, and ISO 22000 in primary production. So we'll include also food safety and HACCP implementation. The document checklist that you will receive are a complete list of required documents and records for each clause of each standard. So we'll give you a checklist for quality management and for HSE, for environmental management and for food safety and for HACCP. The implementation steps, we will show you real world procedures and to show you what to do and how to do it. And also we will give you reasons of why you should do what. The audit evidence that you need to provide in order to obtain certification and also to sustain operational excellence. We will show you the evidence, what auditors are looking for, and how to demonstrate compliance. Regarding operational excellence, we will show you how to sustain certifications beyond minimum compliance. So first, let's look at of why the structure matter in primary production. The problem we are solving with this course is that traditional training blends standards together, which create confusion during the audits, and plant owners or CEO or managers struggle to understand which requirements belongs to which standard, and auditors also waste time clarifying scope boundaries. So our course module is structured in a way that will show you the content by standards standalone and not by topic. If you need by topic, you can visit our other audits in our YouTube channel, but this course is primarily to help you achieve the certifications and sustain the excellence. So inside every section, you will find a clear, separate coverage of starting from quality management system, and then health and safety and environment, and then food safety. We want to ensure the perfect clause to the checklist mapping and also a worldwide regulatory acceptance. So the way we are showing you, you can implement this anywhere around the world. We have 7 learning outcomes for our course design. So by completing this module or this course, you will achieve mastery across 7 critical competencies that separates adequate certifications from operational excellence. First, you will master to define the correct certification scope because you will understand what must be included and when exclusion fail the audits. We will demonstrate with example. And also, you will master the designed uh, sector appropriate system for the primary production because we will build together the quality management system, health and safety and environment, and food safety management system that are fully clause compliance for this sector. And also, we will explain the clause intent so that you can master the communication rationale without ambiguity to auditors and to the teams. And we will demonstrate the past stage one audit, which will prepare you with the documentations and context without the deferral. And then we will go through stage two audit, where you will be able to demonstrate operational control without major nonconformances. And also, you will master to sustain the zero findings excellence in your practices, because we will show you how to maintain compliance across seasons, labor change, and audits. And the seven mastery that you will go through is the audit with confidence. So you will be able to have confidence to conduct consistent and credible audits of primary production operations. So whether you are an owner or a manager or an auditor, you will master these seven steps and it will give you credibility and confidence to conduct your audit consistently. Now, let's look at our course structure. The module 1 here, consists of 7 mandatory sections that are delivered in sequence to build understanding from context through to sustained excellence. Each section addresses a specific audit risk and build practical competencies also. The navigation of how we are going to proceed from 1 to 8 through the sections. First, you will have section 0, which is organizational context and certification readiness. Then we will move to section 1 for quality management system, ISO 9001 in primary production. Then we will move to section 2, which is health and safety for occupational health and safety, ISO 45001, and environmental management with ISO 14001. Then in section 3, we will demonstrate the food safety with ISO 22000 plus GFSI aligned. And then we will move to section 4 with integrated stage 1 audit walkthrough. And then we will move to stage 5 with integrated stage 2 audit walkthrough. And then we will go to section 6, which is operational excellence and zero finding sustainability. And then we will go to section 7, which is to master the clause and checklist table. Let's start with section 0 now. And in section 0, organization and context and certification. So before we dive into standards, we must anchor all the requirements in what primary production actually is and not what generic templates assume. And this section addresses the most common stage 1 failure point, which is scope and context error. So, what is primary production? Primary production, in definition, primary production organizations are entities engaged in the cultivation, rearing, harvesting, or catching of food and feed materials at their source. So, before significant processing or transformation occurs. And these operations exist at the critical first stage of the food supply chain, where biological and environmental factors directly influence product safety and quality. The key characteristics of primary production: first, you have direct interaction with living organisms, is the first characteristic, and then you have dependence on environmental conditions, You have biological variability in outputs, and you have seasonal operational patterns, and you have open or semi-open controlled environments. Those characteristics that define primary production and at the same time also impose challenge. So let's look at the typical primary production activities. First is that with cultivation, include growing crops, management soil health, applying inputs, and controlling pests throughout growing season. That's the first activity in primary production, the cultivation. The second activity in primary production is feeding and rearing, which means raising livestock or aquaculture species, managing nutrition, health, and growing conditions. So the second activity in primary production is feeding and rearing after the cultivation also. The other activities you have harvesting. That means collecting mature crops, catching fish, or processing live animals for dispatch to processors. The other activity in primary production, we have initial handling, including cleaning, sorting, grading, and preparing products for transport whilst maintaining traceability. Those are the main activities in primary production, food primary production, that we are going to cover with our standards today. And each standard will show us how to pass the audit and sustain the excellence. Now let's look at the inputs and outputs of the primary production. Primary inputs, first you have seeds, seedings or breeding stock, and feed, fertilizer, and growing inputs. Then you have water for irrigation or aquaculture. Then you have pesticides and veterinary medicines. Then you have energy and fuel for operations. And also you have labor. And from labors, you have permanent labors, seasonal labors, and casual labors. Those are the inputs of primary production. Then for primary production outputs include raw agriculture commodities, live or freshly harvested fish, fresh meat if, for example, a slaughter is on site, and raw milk or egg, unprocessed crops or product or produce, and also another output is byproduct such as manure and waste streams. Those are the input and outputs of the primary production. Let's look at the interfaces in the primary production. Organizations do not operate in isolations here, so understanding interfaces is essential for scope definition and managing risk that originate outside your direct controls. And we have learned about the interfaces. So I expect the audience to have the primary backgrounds on what we are talking about because we are not going to demonstrate further with examples. We just want to show you how to pass the audit and maintain the operational excellence. But if you need further audit for food safety, you can find other audits, other courses also in our YouTube channel that we put there for free. Now, let's proceed with the interfaces, critical interfaces in primary production. First, we have transport providers. That's our first critical interface in primary productions. And those including carriers who collect products and transport to processors, and potentially they affect our food safety and quality during the transit. such as in violation of temperature or the moisture or cross contamination from insects and other uh, low hygienic results. The second critical interface, we have processors, the downstream facilities that receive your input, such as the regional distribution centers, whose requirements directly influence your operations and certification scope. The third critical interface we have in our primary production, we have input suppliers. Those are providers of seeds, feeds, chemicals, and equipment whose quality affects your ability to meet specifications. And definitely, if we receive poor quality of seeds or feeds or chemicals, seeds for growing the crop, feeds for growing the agriculture, and chemicals for fertilizations, and equipment also for handling the harvesting and all the operations. If we receive poor quality, that means that will affect our performance. So this is a critical interface, the input suppliers. Then the other critical interface, we have export agents. The export agents means intermediaries managing compliance with international markets requirements and certification demands. Those are like the agents and also the government personnel who manage and to give us access or who manage our access to national and international markets. So those are the main critical interfaces in primary production that we need to manage the quality and the safety and the environmental impact through those interfaces to make sure our products stay within the standards and we perform operational excellence. Now let's have an overview for the stakeholders reality, the stakeholders and risk reality. All right. So who is the actual who's actually at risk in our stakeholders in our primary production operations? Uh, a lot of stakeholders a lot of risks affect multiple stakeholders, and each stakeholder have different exposure to physical, health, environmental, and economic risks. Those includes workers who are exposed to hazards in the field conditions. Also, we have local communities that are affected by environmental impact from our activities. We have consumers who are dependent on the food safety upstream, so they depend on the safety of our products, which we need to maintain from upstream here. And we do have the other stakeholders are buyers that are requiring consistent quality and compliance. And then we have owners who are facing liability and financial consequences in case of our deviations or in case of any risk, whether risk or operational risk, internal risk or external risk. The owners face the liability and financial consequences. Then finally, we have in our stakeholders list the regulators who are accountable for the public protection. So regulators, they don't only come and audit us, they also have accountability, accountability toward national and international. So them coming to help us to ensure that we maintain their standards and safe operations is an obligations that is put upon them by regional, by public, and we have to make sure that we work in collaboration with the regulators to ensure the high standards are maintained. Because when the reputation of high standards is the norm, then we also benefit from such. Let's look at the regulatory reality. In many primary production regions and countries, regulatory enforcement is weak or inconsistent. So the regulatory enforcement is not similar everywhere around the world. You have regulatory in Africa and in Europe and in America and in Oceania and in Asia, and in each country of the mentioned have different level of enforcement and consistency. And this creates a paradox that legal compliance alone does not demonstrate adequate control, right? And for that reason, certifications become the de facto proof of competence. Now, let's start first why enforcement is weak. Because inspectors lack the resources and operations are geographically dispersed, right? You have farms and primary productions are all over the country, and the regulators cannot locate each inspector in each farm and each facility everywhere. That's impractical. And political will also is inconsistent. In other countries, the regulators enforce strict compliance so that also they maintain the high standards of the country. Some countries are known for having high quality of products, and that's it's a result of that's a factor that will compel some regulators to sustain high standards and strict enforcement, and some are not. Now, also for that reason, penalties are rarely meaningful in some region, some regulators, and they are not enough to drive the behavior change. In other places, you have penalties also will enforce the behavior change. So there are differences in regulations. Secondly, the reality of regulatory, you have the role of the certifications. International buyers and export markets require third party certification as evidence of control. So certification replaces absent government oversights and becomes the gateway to market access, right? In many export, it's mandatory to have HACCP, okay? That's non-negotiable. So HACCP is a certification that will be the evidence of control in export market. And then you have the second reality of the regulatory is what this means for you. This reality, like why enforcement is weak in some regions and the role of certifications. For you, it means that you cannot rely on compliance alone, pass the audits. Auditors assess whether your system genuinely control risks and not whether you meet the minimum legal requirements. So excellence, operational excellence is expected by auditors and not just the bare minimum to meet the compliance. Now let's define the definition of the scope of our primary production. So how do we define the scope in our own facilities? Defining certification scope correctly is where most stage one failure originates. So we need to pay attention to the drafting of the scope, and we will do it together shortly. because auditors will challenge the vague, incomplete, or strategically crafted scope statements. So your scope must reflect operational reality and not marketing ambitions. All right. So, what must be included in our scope? First, the mandatory scope elements that we need to know is that every certification scope must clearly state the activities that you do, the locations of your facility, the products that you produce, and the processes under management system control, all your processes. So, those are the mandatory elements for the scope. Always remember, take a note of that. You need to state the activities, the location, the product, and the processes under your management system control. So, for example, the activities, those include the cultivation, rearing, harvesting, handling, and storage. For the product, you need to be specific with your crops that you grow or species, whether are animals or commodities that you produce. The location, all sites where certified activities occur. You need to include all of your sites and the processes. You need to include the key operational stages from inputs to dispatch. And for exclusion from the scope, you need to clearly justify the reasons for any omitted requirements. And we will give you examples that you can tailor to your organization. And then the seasonality also, you need to state how scope applies across production cycles. So this is how to include or exclude from your scope. Let's look at the scope statement templates that you can model. Those are editable templates that I can send to you, all right? And you can enhance and change to your organization. How to write the scope statement first? You need to start with what you do. You need to start with your activities or your processes. And then after that, you need to state where you do it, your location, the sites, and then what your products is, the products and services that you provide, and which standards apply to you. ISO 9001, 45001, 14001, and 22000. And also, you need to state clearly with justification any exclusion. This is how you write your scope. Now, let's take a look at example of this is the template one, the scope for crop production. The scope statement here will be you need to start with your organization name and continue. So, organization, let's say your organization name is National Crop Growing. So, you will state National Crop Growing operates an integrated management system covering quality, for example, ISO 9001, 2015, operational health and safety, ISO 45001, 2018, environmental management, ISO 14001, 2015, and food safety, ISO 22001, 22000, 2018. After you state all the applicable standard, you continue you, for the following. The activities, land preparation and soil management, planting and crop establishment, crop maintenance, including irrigation, fertilization, and pest management. Also, another activity is harvesting and field packing. post-harvest handling and storage, dispatch to customers. Those are the activities that the crop production organization included. The location include the specific location, farm name, farm address, farm region, district, and farm country, and the total area. Okay, total area under the management also need to be included by the number of hectares or kilometers, but mainly hectares. Okay, once you're done with your activities, so you start with scope statement, then activities, then location, and now you come to the product. You need to name your products. For example, fresh crop type, the crop you need to mention the type, for example, tomatoes or lettuce or avocado. So you need to mention fresh avocado, for example. And also in your product, you need to specify the variety if that is relevant to you. And thirdly, also in your products, you need to include the packaging type. So you need to include packaging in which type, also include the marketing type, the market type. Is it export, domestic, retail, and wholesale? So for example, if you are packing in 50 kg, uh, let's say in 50 kg PP bag, and you are exporting, so you can state the avocado packed in 50 kg export to, let's say, Middle East, all right? Or for wholesale or for domestic, you need to include that. So now, once this crop production wrote this scope of statement, then the activities and the location and the product, but finally in your in your scope statement, you need to include the exclusion also, the things that you don't do. So the exclusion here for crop production, they wrote ISO 9001 class 8.3, which is design and development is not applicable. And the continue, we grow established commercial varieties according to customer specifications. We do not develop new varieties or breeding programs. So that's how you write the exclusion. You state clearly which clause is excluded and why is it excluded. Then you have the second template is for livestock production. For livestock production, you start with your organization name and you continue. Organization name operates an integrated management system covering quality ISO 9001 2015, occupational health and safety ISO 45001 2018, environmental management ISO 14001 2015, and food safety ISO 22000 2018 for the following activities: breeding and animal husbandry, feed management and nutrition, animal health and veterinary care, housing and welfare management, slaughter preparation and live animal dispatch, manure management and waste handling. The location, you write the farm name, the physical address, and the region or the district and the country. Capacity, you need to include the number of animals and the animal type also. And then the production, when it comes to product, you need to write down, for example, live, type of animals, cattle, pigs, poultry for the slaughter, and you need to specify ready for processing at customer facility, be more specific like that. And the organic manure here or byproduct, whatever type of manure you use or animal feed, you need to state that. Exclusion, Again, you need to state exclusion clearly. Here, the exclusion is ISO 9001 class 8.3, which is design and development, is not applicable here. We rare established breeds according to customer specifications. We do not conduct breeding program or genetic development. That's the exclusion. And the slaughter and the processing, you also exclude and you said not performed on site, and animals are dispatched live to licensed slaughterhouses. You exclude the slaughter and processing if you don't do it on site, but if you do it, then you include it in the activities. All right. The third example template is for aquaculture. For aquaculture, the scope statement, you need to start with organization name and you continue. Organization name operates an integrated management system covering quality ISO 9001-2015, operational health and safety ISO 45001-2018, environmental management ISO 45001-2015, and food safety ISO 22000-2018 for the following activities: pond or cage preparation and water management, fingerling stocks and grow out, feed management and water quality monitoring, fish health management, harvesting and on-site handling, chilling and dispatch. The location include the farm name, physical address, regions or district, and country. For the production area, you need to include the number of the hectares of the pond and the number of the cage. The products, we have fresh whole fish species. You need to be specific. Is it tilapia, catfish, or salmon? And chilled in product, you need to include is it chilled and packed in ice for transport and supplied to market type. You need to mention the processors or wholesale or retail. Exclusion for this aquaculture production is ISO 9001 class 8.3, which is design and development. They say it's not applicable. We rear established commercial species, processing, filleting, smoking, value additions are not performed on site. So they excluded the ISO class 8.3 and also the processing, and with justification. In template number 4, you have mixed farm crops plus livestock. Scope statement here, you start with the organization name, operates in integrated management system covering ISO 45, ISO 9001, 2015, Occupational Health and Safety, ISO 45001, 2018, Environmental Management, ISO 45001, 2015, 14001, 2015, and Food Safety, ISO 22000, 2018, for the following. Then you list the activities in this mixed farm crop plus livestock. They start with crop production. So the activities include land preparation, planting, crop maintenance, harvesting, post-harvest handling. In the livestock production include animal rearing, feed maintenance, animal health, house management. And for integrated activities, you have manual management and composting, crop residue utilization as animal feeds, and water and energy management across operations. The location, include the farm name, physical address, region or district and country, and the total area, number of hectare, crop plus number of hectare pasture plus the livestock facility. You need to include the total area. And the products, they start listing fresh by crop type, live by animal type for slaughter, and organic composite by product. Exclusion, they exclude ISO class 8.3, which is design and development, not applicable. They say we produce established commercial varieties and breeding according to customer specifications, and we do not we do we do not conduct breeding, variety development, or organic program. All right, some glitch happening here. Template 5, something is wrong here with my mic. So let me just see something here. Let me see something here. All right. Template 5, as you can see, is contract growing. The scope statement. Organic organizations, you put the organization name, which operates an integrated management system covering quality, ISO 9001, uh, and occupational health and safety, and environmental management, and food safety for the following. And then you list the activities. With activities, they start with contract growing of, they include the crop names, the animal names, according to customer specifications, and then they include land and facility preparation, and then they include in the activities they include production use using customer, supplier, or approved inputs. Then they include animals or crop management per customer product protocols, and harvesting preparation per customer requirements, then hand over to customer or customer designated transport. Location, they include the farm name, the physical address, regional district, and the total areas under contract by X number of hectare and Y animal capacity. When it comes to products, they include the crop and animal type growing under contracts for customer. They include the name of the customer and the customer type. Produced, then under products also they listed produced to customer specifications. Then they specify the key requirements, and the ownership transports to customer at, they include the point, the field, the farm, the gate, the delivery, and the customer supplier supplied the material. Also, they include the material that the customer supplied, like seeds, fingerlings, breeding stock, and also the listed specialized inputs if that's applicable as per the customer supplied material. Then they included under it technical protocols and specifications from customer. Exclusion, they stated that ISO 9001 class 8.3, which is design and development, is not applicable. And they state we produce according to customer provided specifications and protocols, and we do not design or develop a product. Those are the examples of the templates that you can model in your primary production. Those templates meet the audit requirement. All right. Now let's look at okay, spotlight. Let's look at how to customize your scope according to the examples we gave you. You can copy the templates that match your operations and then replace the barcoded text with your specific information. Add or remove activities that apply to your organizations and be specific about products, including varieties, grades, and packing. And justify the inclusion as we did above there. Explain why they don't apply to you, and then keep it honest also. Only exclude what you actually don't do and don't control. And then match your certificate also. Make sure the scope must align with what certificate bodies approved, and review annually. Update your scope statement when operations change. The common mistakes here to avoid: first, the claiming activities you don't perform, for example, processing when you only pack, and avoid also the vague descriptions, for example, agriculture production. No, instead, you need to be specific with the crop name and type. Also, avoid excluding clouds without justification. If you exclude class 8.3, which is design and development, you also need to mention why you are excluding them. Another mistake to avoid, which is common, is including activities outside of your control. For example, customers processing. Those don't need to include in your scope statement. And the other mistake is forgetting to specify locations if you have multiple sites. Make sure include all of your sites. The other mistake to avoid is not updating your scope when operations change. Make sure to update it with any change. Other tips here: your scope statement will be compared against your actual operations during site work. Your scope will be compared against your documented procedures. Your scope will be compared against your product labels and customer contracts. And your scope will be compared against your certificate. So any mismatch is a major nonconformance. So pay attention here to your scope statement, all right? Now I will show you these are the this ISO documents a records checklist for primary production. So you have to start first with class 1. With class 4.1, 4.2, you have context and interested parties requirements. And the mandatory documents here, you have to have a scope of the QMS and QMS processes. The mandatory records here are not non-explicitly mandated, but you have to have a scope of QMS and QMS processes. Implementation evidence should include analysis of internal and external issues, for example, climate change impacts, market demand, land use regulations, and soil health. And also, you need to identify interested parties, for example, consumers, regulators, suppliers, and workers, and also their requirements, including ethical sourcing, food safety standards also. In class 4.3, you need is required. What is required here is QMS scope. Mandatory document is scope of the QMS, and the implementation evidence that you can show the auditor You need to show the documented scope statement for the primary production activities, like we said above, including specific crops, livestock, farming location, etc. The justifications also need to be shown for any exclusion, as we did above there. Just replicate. If certain non-primary activities are not covered. And then in commit clause 4.4 also for QMS processes, the documents here, you need to show documented QMS processes and the evidence to show process maps or flow charts for key farming operations. For example, crop cultivations, animal husbandry, harvesting, storage, and packaging. And also you need to define the inputs, the outputs, the resources, and responsibilities for each process. All right, that's how you meet clause 4 requirements. And then in clause 5, you are required to have leadership and policy, including quality policies, roles, responsibilities, and authorities. And the evidence to show the auditor here, show them signed quality policy statements that is aligned with agricultural practices. For example, commitment to sustainable farming, animal welfare, and product quality. Those elements should be included in your quality policy. And also show them the management review minutes. You should have them that demonstrating leadership engagement. And also show define organizational structure for farm management and staff. So you need to have organizational structure. And that's how you fulfill the requirement of clause 5. And then in clause 6, risk and opportunities is not explicitly mandated, but you need to have records of risk and opportunities, records of actions taken, and records of results of actions. All right, such as risk assessments for farming's operation. You can show that as an evidence. For example, the pest outbreaks, the crop disease, the adverse weather, the market price, volatility, supply chain disruptions. Those are all risk and opportunities, and you can show such records. Also, you need to show records of identification of opportunities in all those risks. For example, the new crop varieties to combat the risk, the precision agriculture technologies, and direct to consumer sales channels. You can show those to the auditor. And then you have action plans to mitigate the risks and exploit the opportunities. All right. You should have those documents to fulfill the requirement of clause 6.1. Then clause 6.2, quality objectives is non explicitly mandated, but you can show records of quality objectives, records of plans to achieve them also. This means your objectives must be SMART, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. Objectives such as reducing pesticide use by such percentage, let's say 10%, or increasing yield by 20% to achieve, for example, this certification or HACCP, and also show action plans detailing how objectives will be met, not just SMART objectives, and resources also that are required and the timeline. That means your quality objective will be complete and you meet clause 6.2. For clause 7, 7.1.2, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, and 7.5, clause 7 for support, including resources, competence, awareness, communication, and documented information. The requirements here, the competencies requirements, external and internal uh, resources, communication process, internal and external communication processes, and documented information procedures. Here you should have or maintain the records of competence, for example, the qualifications of the staff and the training records, evidence of awareness also, that like the toolbox talks you conducted, and records of communications, and also the documented information as required by quality management system. The evidence you can show here, for example, inventory of resources such as farm machinery, irrigation system, land, and maintenance records. Also, you can show training records for the farm staff, for example, safe equipment operations training, pesticide application training, and animal handling training. Also, you can show records of internal meetings and communications with the suppliers and customers and regulatory bodies. And also you can show controls versions of the farm manuals, the standard operating procedures, SOPs for key processes. If you do so, you meet class 7. And in class 8, from 8.1 to 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, and 8.7, class 8 operations. Required documents here first, you need operational planning and control procedures. Then you need requirements for the products and services, design and development procedures if this is applicable, but in most cases it won't. Also external providers control procedures and product and service release procedures and the control of non-conforming outputs procedures. These are the required documents. And the records for these documents, records of external provider evaluation and monitoring, suppliers, records of product services, requirements review, records of design and development, if applicable, records of process control, records of product or services traceability, records of customer property, if you have customer supplier property in your organizations, and records of preservations activities, records of release of products and services, and records of nonconformities action taken. The evidence you can show here for those records and documents, you can show crop rotation plan and animal health programs, planting schedules, and also specifications for seeds, feeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, records of supplier audit or evaluation, for example, feed suppliers and slaughterhouses, and also show the traceability records, for example, the batch number of for crop and animal tag and origin of inputs. Also, you can show as an evidence records of quality checks during the harvesting, during sorting, and during the processing, and records of the incidents of non-conforming products, for example, the contaminated produce and sick livestock, and the corrective actions you did there for these incidences. If you have those evidence, you 100% you are doing operational excellence and you meet the requirement of class 8. Then if we move to class 9, class 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3, performance evaluations, the internal audit program here is the requirements. And the records, you need records of monitoring and measurement activities, records of calibrations, internal audit results also, and management review results and evidence of customer satisfaction. All right. The evidence you need to show here to fulfill clause 9. You can show monitoring records, for example, the soil test results, the water quality, animal health monitoring, and yield data. Also, you can show calibration records for measuring equipment, calibration of scale, of temperature gauge. Also, you can show internal audit reports covering farm processes and compliance. You can show customer feedbacks, for example, the survey you have conducted, complaints and resolution, and also testimonials about the product quality. Those you can show also as the customer feedback. Also, you can show management review meeting minutes discussing QMS effectiveness and farm performance and improvement opportunities. If you can show those, also that means you have operational excellence and you fulfill clause 9. And in the final clause here, clause 10, in clause 10.2 and 10.3, improvement is non-explicitly mandated here, but you can show records of nonconformities, corrective actions, records of continual improvement also. And here the evidence is to show the auditor the records of corrective actions for identified nonconformances, for example, implementing new pest control measures and updating feed formulations, or evidence of continuous improvement initiatives, for example, adopting new sustainable farming practices and investing in efficiency enhancing technologies or the staff training program. If you can show those records, that means also you are maintaining operational excellence and you fulfill clause 10 of QMS ISO 9001. All right, those are the records. Now, let's look at why the exclusion failed. Just, yep. Uh, why the exclusion failed the audit when you exclude here. First, the design and development. You cannot exclude ISO 9001 class 8.3 if you develop new crop varieties, breeding program, or customized production methods, because auditors will reject unjustified exclusion. All right, that's the number one reason the exclusion failed. The second reason is the emergency preparedness, which we are going to cover later. ISO 14001 and ISO 45001 emergency requirements cannot be excluded simply because the emergencies are rare. No, you have to have them. You can never exclude the emergency preparedness, okay? And auditors expect plans for a spill. What do you do in case of spill, case of injury, and in case of containment, contamination events? What do? You need to have emergency preparedness. If you exclude that, it will also fail. The third reason is the purchased products. When you claim that no purchasing control fail, when auditors find uncontrolled feed or seeds or chemical suppliers, so if it affects outputs, quality, or safety, it cannot be excluded. Those are the three reasons why exclusion fail. You need to review your scope if you experience it, and you can correct it accordingly. Now, let's look at the key risk in context definition here, the context of the organization. So why is stage 1 fail here? All right. Most stage 1 failure in farming happen because organizations either define scope too broadly, claiming controls they do not have, or too narrow, excluding activities that auditors observe happening. Because auditors will work your side and interview your workers and review your records. and any mismatch between your stated scope and observed quality reality will trigger immediate questioning and potential deferral. All right. Now let's begin the section one. That's section zero introduction. Now let's start the section one. Section one is QMS in primary production. Quality management under biological variability demands different thinking than factory-based system, okay? In primary production, it requires different thinking than in factory system, which will come next course. Uh, so now we are going to demonstrate how ISO 9001 work when nature, weather, and living organisms influence every outcome in the primary production. Those are the main challenges, and now we are going to demonstrate how to apply your QMS. Okay? QMS is, first of all, I hope by the reason you are watching this, if you are from primary production, you know the importance of having QMS and ISO certifications, not only as a compliance to the local requirements in your jurisdiction. If it's not required, it's also going to open doors for you for international markets, for local markets, and also for customers' trust. So it's very important to know why we apply the QMS. Now, why ISO applied QMS applied to farms? First, many primary producers question whether quality management standards designed for manufacture can apply to agriculture, livestock, or aquaculture. That is a question I see from many farms that don't know why and if it's required. But the answer is yes, okay? But the applications must respect the biological reality, and this is also for the auditors to understand that the application in farm is different from the application in the manufacturing. ISO 9001 is not about eliminating variability. It is about understanding variability and controlling what you can in the primary production. So responding to what you cannot, also ISO will tell you what to do and consistently meeting customer requirements despite changing conditions. That is why you need to apply these standards. So farms that achieve ISO 9001 certifications prove they can deliver agreed specifications predictably, maintain traceability, and improve performance over time. So it's a critical requirement for supply chain integration and export market. All right. Internationally or nationally or regionally is a requirement, and also it will open doors for you and it will give trust. First, the, uh, the other reason also is customer focus. So meeting buyer specification for quality, safety, and delivery, you need to maintain ISO 9001. And for process controls, managing operations predictably within biological constraints is the advantage you get from implementing ISO 9001. And continuous improvement, learning from seasons, weather, and market feedback. When you manage systematically with international standards, you have the advantage of learning from those setbacks and implement continual improvement with proven methods. Now, let's look at what quality means in primary production here. Quality is not perfection, all right? In farming, quality means consistently meeting agreed specification within acceptable tolerance range, maintaining traceability, and delivering product that is safe, legal, and fit for purpose. So if you look here, the specification conformity and the seasonal consistency and food safety and legality, those are the advantages you get for implementing quality management system in primary production. So auditors, when they come to your farm, they assess your QMS. They assess whether your QMS enable you to predict, control, and verify these three elements: specifications, conformity, seasonal consistency, and food safety and legality, despite weather, pests, labor turnover, and market pressure. And don't worry, we will give you exactly the roadmap of how you can implement that and gain all these advantages. Now we will start with clause 4, the context and scope in farming, the context of the organization. All right. So first you need to understand your organization context. Clause 4 requires you to determine external and internal issues that affect your ability to achieve intended outcomes. In farming, these issues are dynamic and often uncontrollable. External issues, you have weather patterns, market price volatility, regulatory change, pest pressure, and bio requirements. Internal, you have labor availability, equipment reliability, land capability, financial capacity, and technical knowledge. So auditors, when they come to your farm, they expect evidence that you have identified these factors and considered their impact on quality management system design and risk plan. All right, so you have to understand your internal and external and state them clearly to prove to the auditor. Now let's look at clause 4.1 to 4.3, 4.3, the context and the scope of implementation. And this is going to be a step-by-step implementation to fulfill clause 4, the context of the organization. The first step, you need to identify external issues. That's the first step. The action here, you need to list weather patterns, market conditions, regulatory change, pests and disease, pressure, and supplier reliability. And you need to list this from reliable data. And tools, you need external issues register template. So you need to create a template and list down all the external issues. The evidence that the auditor will ask here to see if you will fulfill. How do you monitor the market change? And the auditor expect to see documented register that is reviewed quarterly. So not only will you register, you need also to review it quarterly. So here now you start first by identifying the external issues. Secondly, you need to identify the internal issues. Again, the action requirement here, you need to assess your infrastructure, to assess your equipment condition, your workforce capability, your financial resources, and the technology. All right, you need to assess all that. And the tools you need also to create a template to register the internal issues. Auditor will ask you here again, what are your current infrastructure limitations? And the auditor expect to see management review minutes showing discussions of the internal issues. All right. The third step is to identify interested parties. So now you have identified internal and external issues, and you have the template register. Now you need to identify the interested parties. The action here, again, you need to list the customers, regulators, workers, suppliers, community, and certification bodies. Those are your interested parties. The tools you need here, again, you need to create a matrix for interested parties. And the auditor will ask you here to fulfill this point. How do you determine customer requirements? And the auditor expects to see documented needs and expectations for each parties, for the customers, for regulators, for workers, and so on. All right. So now you have three documents or two documents. Sometimes you can combine the internal and external issues in one register and just name them the internal and external issues. So now you have the register for internal and external issues, and you have metrics for interested parties. That step number 4 is to define the QMS scope the way we did it earlier. And the actions you need here is to write scope statement covering activities, locations, products, and processes. And if you need that templates, just comment in YouTube video and I will send it to you. And the tools you need here, again, you need to create the templates for the scope statement. Auditors will ask you here, will test you by comparing the scope to actual operations, and they expect to see approved scope documents matching the certificate. Step 5 then is to map the QMS processes. The action you need here is to create a process map showing inputs, activities, outputs, and interaction. And the tools you need here is process map template. The auditor here will test you by asking workers to explain their processes and the evidence they expect to see visual process map with responsibilities assigned. All right. So you need to have a visual process map. Now, if you do this for 5, not only are you fulfilling clause 4, the context and the scope, implementation, but also you are maintaining, if you genuinely implement these practices, you are maintaining excellence. The documents required here again, in summary, you need external issues register, internal issues register, interested parties, and metrics, a scope statement, and process map, and the records required, including quarterly context review, management review minutes, and scope approval records. This is how you fulfill clause 4. All right. Now let's move to clause 5, which is leadership implementation. You need here you need to demonstrate the top management commitment. So what auditors look for to prove leadership commitment here in clause 5, auditors look for evidence that top management takes ownership of QMS effectiveness. They look for active participation in management reviews. They look for resources allocation decisions, and they look for communication of quality policy and objectives. All right, this is what auditors look for. Now, the implementation steps for you to fulfill clause 5. The first step is to establish quality policy. All right. You need to write the action here. You need to write policy statement reflecting commitment to requirements, continual improvement, and context. And the template you need to create here is a quality policy with a maximum of 1 page, and the policy must be signed by the owner or CEO of your farm. The auditor here will ask you or will test you and ask random workers what is the quality policy. So what auditors expect here is to see policy displayed, communicated to workers, and understood by staff. So your quality statement, after being written and being signed by the top management, You need to communicate it to the workers and displayed where it is accessible. All right. Second step is to assign roles and responsibilities for management commitment here also. The actual requirement here is to document who is responsible for QMS processes, reporting, and conformity. The template you need here to do so, you need RACI format, metrics, responsibility metrics for the RACI format. RACI stand for who's responsible, accountable, uh, consulted, and informed. That's the format. You can Google it or you can ask me, I can send you one. So you need to have responsibility metrics within RACI format. And the auditors here will test you and ask who is responsible for calibration, for example. In that case, the auditor expect to see job description includes QMS responsibility for the person who is responsible for calibration. Okay. Step 3 is to conduct management review. You need to schedule quarterly review covering inputs per clause 9.3. And what you need here is a management review agenda and minutes. So you can create that templates for management review agenda and templates. The auditor here will test you and review the last 3 management reviews records. What management, the auditor here expect to see minutes showing decisions, actions, and resources allocation. So you need to keep all those documents. Step 4 to fulfill class 5 is to communicate QMS importance. The action required here, you should conduct regular toolbox talk, the meetings, and visual displays of your policies and reviews and all that. The template you need here is to create a communication log. The auditor will test you here and ask workers, why is quality important here, for example? And when the auditor asks like that, the evidence they expect to see, including meeting records, photos of display, of workers' awareness, of toolbox talk, or meetings, they want to see all that as an evidence. The mandatory documents here to fulfill clause 5, leadership commitment, need quality policy, responsibility metrics, and management review procedure. Mandatory records here, you need management review minutes with minimum of 2 per year, communication records, and policy acknowledgement records. When you have these, not only are you fulfilling clause 5, but you are demonstrating the excellence, operational excellence. Now, let's look at the owner managed operations in class 5 also, when the site is managed by the owner. And most primary productions, to be honest and to be real, are family owned or closely held, right? Owner is often the quality manager, the operational manager, and the strategic decision making simultaneously. ISO 9001 Class 5 requires demonstrable leadership commitment, not delegation to consultant who writes documents that nobody uses. So we understand that from the audit point of view that you are doing everything as a farm owner. But again, the, the ISO requires responsibility, not delegation, not the imported documents. So first, you need to establishing quality policy. The owner must communicate a clear commitment to meeting requirements and continual improvement, okay? Generic policies usually fail audits. The policy must reflect actual business priorities and be understood by workers. Okay? Secondly, you need to assign responsibilities, Mr. Owner. Even in small operations, roles must be clear because you need to have who decides when to harvest, who approves chemical usage, who investigates quality complaints, and auditors, when they come, they will ask workers directly about these things, and the workers will demonstrate according to the reality. Thirdly, you need to provide resources. Leadership means ensuring people, equipment, and time are available to meet requirements. So, auditors, when they come to your farm, they look for evidence of resource allocation decisions, and not just statements of intent. Right? That's for the farm on class 5. Now we're going to move to class 6, the risk planning and implementation. Risk-based thinking in primary production. To implement clause 6, the risk and planning implementation or the planning clause, step 1, you need to identify the risk and opportunities first. That's the first step. The action required here, you need to brainstorm what could go wrong, which are risks, and what could be improved, which are the opportunities for each process. All right, that's the action required to identify risk and opportunities. And the tools you need here to demonstrate is the register of risk and opportunities. You need to have a register. And the methods of doing so, you need to identify the risk and opportunities, you need to consider the weather, pests, equipment failures, labor shortage, market change, regulatory change. All these things must go to risk and opportunities, plus other risk and opportunities that are specific to your farm. And the auditor, when they come to your organizations or your farm, they ask, what are your top 3 operational risks? When they ask like that, they expect to see documented register with risk ratings. All right? And we'll show you later on how to rate your risk. Step 2 is to assess the risk significance. You need to rate each risk by likelihood and consequence. You need to use step 1 to 5 scale. Here you can use the tools you need to use here. You can use risk metrics, the 5 by 5 grid, the normal one. The criteria of rating, the high risk from 15 to 25 requires action plan. Medium risk from 8 to 14 requires monitoring. Low risk from 1 to 7 you can accept and provide awareness. Auditor here will ask you for the risk assessment. They will challenge the risk rating and ask why is road, for example, rated high. And they expect to see risk rating documented with justification. All right. Step 3 is to plan action to address the risks. So the actions is for each significant risk. You need to define preventive actions, responsible person, and deadline also. The tools you need here for action plan, you need to create a template for risk action plan. Example, let's say backup water source for drought. That's a risk. So spare parts, inventory for breakdown. Those are also risk. Multi-sourcing for suppliers. All right. The auditor here will test you and ask, what have you done about labor shortage risk, for example? And when they ask like that, they expect to see the action plan with completion date and responsibility when shortage of the labor happen. Step 4 is to set quality objectives. In the action here, you need to define measurable objectives that are aligned with policy and risks. For example, reduce the crop rejection rate to under 2%. As an example, and the tools you need here also, you need to create a register for quality objectives. Criteria, your quality objectives must be SMART objectives. They must be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. The evidence here to prove or to show your objectives. First, the auditor will ask, what are your quality objectives and current performance? They expect to see objectives documented with targets, responsibilities, and monitoring methods. Step 6 is to monitor and review. The actions here, you need to track risk action completion and objective progress quarterly. Tools you need here, you need management review agendas. Because the auditor will review the trends over time, and they expect to see updated risk register, objectives, performance data, and completed actions. So to fulfill clause 6, the documents required, you need risk and opportunity register, you need risk metrics, you need quality objective register, and you need risk action plan. Those are the main documents required by clause 6. And the records required associated with those documents, you need risk assessment, which must be reviewed annually. You need objective monitoring data, you need action completion records, and you need management review of the risks. Once you have those documents and records, you fulfill the management commitment clause, and also you demonstrate that you have operational excellence. Now in clause 6, the risk-based planning for seasonal variability. Let's consider that. So clause 6 requires you to identify risk and opportunities, right? Then plan actions after you identify the risk and opportunities. You need to plan actions to address them. In manufacturing, on the other hand, risk might be suppliers, delay, or equipment failure. That is in manufacturing. But in farming, in the primary industry here, risks include drought, disease outbreaks, labor shortage at harvest, and sudden market closure. Those are the risks in farming. ISO 9001 does not require formal risk register or complex methods or methodologies, but it requires thinking ahead, planning responses, and acting when conditions change. Mature farms review risks, seasonality, and adjust plans based on weather forecasts, market signals, and historical performance. All right, this is for seasonal variability. The common risks here you have in farming include adverse weather events, pest or disease outbreaks, labor unavailability, input supply disruptions, market access restrictions, equipment breakdown at critical time. Those are the common risks for seasonal variability in farms. That's for class 6, fulfillment and operational excellence. Now let's move to class 7. Class 7 is a support clause. The implementation here of resources, competence, awareness, communication, and documentation. So first, we start with the resources. The implementation here actually requires it to identify and provide resources needed for QMS, including people, infrastructure, equipment, work environment, and monitoring devices. Auditor here will test you and ask, do you have adequate resources to meet customer requirements? The evidence they expect to see, including budget allocation, equipment maintenance records, and calibration records. If you show those, that means you fulfill clause 7.1, the resources. 7.2, you have competence. The implementation to demonstrate the competence here. First, you need to define competence requirements for each role, such as education required, training required, or experience required. And then you need to assess the current competence gap, and you need to provide training to close the gap. And then you need to verify training effectiveness, and you need to maintain competence records. The tools you need here, you should have competence metrics for roles versus required skills for assessment. Auditor here will ask the worker, random worker, have you been trained on this procedure you are doing? They will ask like that. Auditor will, the staff will answer, and then the auditor will check the records. The evidence they will ask you to show them, including job description, training records, competence assessment, and training effectiveness evaluation. Give me a second to close this. Um, Now, first, let's see here in awareness, implementation. The action required here is to ensure workers understand quality policy, objectives, the contributions, and consequences of nonconformity. And also the methods here is to deliver induction training, to conduct toolbox talks, to provide visual displays, and regular communications. Auditor will test you here and ask random workers about policy and their roles. The evidence they expect to see should include training records, communication logs, and workers' interview also to demonstrate the awareness. In 7.4, you have communication, implementation here, action required. You need to determine what communication, when to communicate, to who to communicate, and how to communicate, and who will communicate. And to do that, you need communication metrics. You can create one. Auditor will ask, how do you communicate change to workers? They expect to see meeting schedules, communication records, bulletin boards, and digital performance. And 7.5 is documented information. Implementation here, you can create, update, and control documents and records required by ISO 9001 and needs for QMS effectiveness. The tools to do that, you need to have document control procedures and record control procedures. Auditor will test you and check if obsolete documents are removed and current versions are available. The evidence they expect to see, including document register, control document with version control, and record retention schedule. Mandatory documents here to fulfill uh, Clause 7 include document control procedure, record control procedure, competence metrics, training procedure, and communication metrics. Mandatory records also for Clause 7, which are associated with these mandatory documents, including training records, competence assessments, calibration certificates, equipment maintenance logs, and communication records. That is how you fulfill Clause 7 and maintain operational excellence. Now we move to Clause 8. The heart of the standards is the operations implementation. In Clause 8, operational planning and control in primary production, first 8.1 operational planning implementation, you start with planning production processes, determine the requirements, and establish criteria for processes and product acceptance. The tools you need to do so, you need production planning procedures and work instructions. The auditor here will test you how do you plan your planting or harvesting operations, and they expect to see production schedules, process specifications, and acceptance criteria being documented. And then for customer requirements in clause 8.2, the implementation step, first you need to determine customer requirements, including the specifications, delivery and traceability. Secondly, you need to review requirements before commitment. Thirdly, you need to document customer orders and contracts. And fourth, you need to communicate change to relevant personnel. The customer requirements here, the auditor will test. Show me how you confirmed these customers' requirements. They expect to see customer specifications, order review records, contracts, and change notification. Then in class 8.7, design 8.3, design and development, if this is applicable, the way you implement it, if you are developing new varieties, breeding programs, or customized production methods, you need to establish design process. The tool you need to design process, to develop design process, you need to design and development procedure to be created and practice it. Auditor here will ask, how do you validate new crop varieties meeting requirements? They expect to see design plan, design reviews, and validation records. Okay? But this mostly can be excluded if design is not performed by you. Now, no, in class 8.4, control of external providers, the implementation here, first you need to evaluate and select supplier based on availability, and then you need, give me a second. In class 8.4, control of external providers, implementation, first you need to start with to evaluate and select supplier based on availability or ability to meet requirements. Secondly, you need to define requirements for suppliers, including quality, delivery, and traceability. Thirdly, you need to monitor supplier performance. Fourth, you need to maintain approved supplier list. And the tools you need to do so, you need supplier evaluation procedure and approved supplier list. Auditor here will ask you, how do you ensure your seed or feed supplier meets requirements? They expect to see supplier evaluation records. They want to see purchase orders with the specifications, and they want to see supplier performance data. Those are what you can present as evidence for control of external providers. In 8.5, production and service provision, the implementation action here, you need to implement production under control condition with work instructions, competence personnel, monitoring equipment, and define acceptance criteria. The tools you need here, you need to develop standard operating procedures, SOPs, for each and every production activity. Auditor here will test you and observe the operations, and then ask workers to explain the procedure. Auditors, as evidence, they expect to see work instructions available to workstations. They expect to see trained operators, and they expect the monitoring records to be available. And that's how you fulfill Class 8.5 production and service provision. Then you have in Class 8.5.2 identification and traceability. The implementation here, first you need to identify product throughout production with lot code and batch numbers. They must be associated with the product. Then you need to maintain traceability from inputs to output. Thirdly, you need to test traceability systems to trace it forward and backward. And the auditor here will test you, they will trace, they will say, trace these products back to its inputs, and they want traceability to be completed in under 4 hours. The evidence they need to see here are lot codes on products, traceability records, and traceability test results. In class 8.5.3, you have customer property. The implementation here, action if and if only you are handling customer supplier materials, for example, the contract growing, you need to identify, verify, protect, and report any damage for the customer property. Auditor here will ask you, how do you handle customer supplied seeds? And you need to demonstrate by showing customer property register and inspection records. Then in class 8.5.4, preservations, implementation action here, you need to preserve product during production and delivery, including proper storage condition, proper handling, and proper packaging. The tools you need here, you need storage and handling procedures to be available. Auditor here will test you and check storage conditions and records and the evidence they expect to see, including temperature logs, storage inspection records, and packaging specifications. Then in class 8.6, the release of the products, implementation here, the action you need to verify product meets acceptance criteria before release. The tools you need here to carry this out consistently include product release procedure, inspection, and inspection checklists. The auditor task here will ask, show me evidence this batch was approved for release, and they want to see inspection records, test results, and release authorization. Then in clause 8.7, the control of non-conforming outputs. The implementation here, first you need to identify non-conforming products, including rejects and out of specs. Secondly, you need to segregate to prevent unintended use. Thirdly, you need to decide the disposition, either to rework, to scrap, or to accept with concession. And then you need to document and take corrective actions. This is how you implement the control of non-conforming outputs. The tools you need here, you need non-conformance procedure, and you need to create also non-conformance report form. Auditor will test you here and ask, show me your last non-conformance and what you did. Here they expect to see non-conformance records, segregation evidence, and disposition decision. The documents required for clause 8, including production planning procedure, work instruction SOPs, supplier evaluation procedures, traceability procedures, product release procedures, and non-conformance procedures. The records required here include production records, customer records reviews, supplier evaluations, traceability records, inspection or test results, and non-conformance reports. Those are the records associated with such documents. And when you have these records and documents, you are maintaining operational excellence, and also you are fulfilling clause 8, the operations. All right. Now, let's look at clause 8, operational control in field condition. Clause 8 is the heart of ISO 9001, okay? So how you control processes to ensure output meets requirements is here in clause 8. In primary production, operational controls must function in mud, heat, rain, and dust, and often executed by seasonal workers with limited literacy. So this is a note to be aware of for the auditors, audience, or the aspired auditors. So what operations controls look like in primary production? First, you have work instructions. It need to be simple and visual instructions at the point of use, because text-heavy procedures fail when workers cannot read them or access them in the field. So first, the work instructions need to be simple and easy to understand. Secondly, the monitoring, a regular check by supervisors who verify that processes are followed and outputs meet specifications before product leave the site. So you need to intensify the monitoring. Thirdly, the traceability, the batch identification from field or pond through to dispatch. Traceability breaks when coding systems are inconsistent or records are incomplete. So it's critical here also. That critical area for the primary production is traceability. And the product preservations, protecting product from contamination, damage, or deterioration during handling and storage. Simple controls prevent major losses. These are 4 areas where primary production operation need to pay close attention. Now let's move to clause 9, performance evaluation implementation. All right. Now, in clause 9, performance evaluation implementation, we have monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation. Now we move to clause 9, performance evaluation implementation. We start with monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation. In clause 9.1.1 is monitoring and evaluation and measurement. Implementation actions here, you need to determine what to monitor, including the processes, products, customer satisfaction, objectives, and the methods of the monitoring, and the timing, the frequency, and the analysis. And the tools you need here to do so, to do the monitoring and measurement, you need monitoring and measurement plan. Auditor here will test you and ask, what do you monitor and how often? And they expect to see monitoring schedule, measurement data, and analysis report. Then in clause 9.1.2 for customer satisfaction, implementation to fulfill customer satisfaction first, you need to determine methods to obtain customer feedback. Are you going to conduct survey, complaints, or direct communication? And then secondly, you need to monitor customer perception of product and service quality. And thirdly, then you analyze the feedback and take action. All right. The tools you need here to implement customer satisfaction, you need customer satisfaction survey or customer complaints log, and also the direct communication channel. Auditor here will ask, how do you know if customers are satisfied? They expect to see survey results or complaints record or analysis of the trends and also actions taken. Then in clause 9.1.3, analysis and evaluation implementation action, you need to analyze data from monitoring to evaluate QMS performance, to identify trends, and to determine the improvement needs. The tools you need here, analysis and evaluation, you need data analysis reports to be conducted quarterly or as needed. Auditors here will test you and ask, what does your data tell you about the performance? The evidence they expect to see, charts and graphs showing trends, analysis of nonconformance, customer complaints, and objective performance. That's how you conduct or implement analysis and evaluation. That's clause 9.1 being fulfilled. Now in clause 9.2 for the internal audit implementation. To implement internal audit, first you start with the plan, the internal audit, to have a schedule covering all the QMS processes annually. And then you select the competitor auditors. Those auditors must be independent of area being audited. That means the auditor cannot audit their own department. Thirdly, then they need to conduct the audit using the checklist based on ISO 9001 requirements. Then they need to report the findings, including the conformance, not conformance, and opportunities for improvement. And then they need to take actions on non-conformance, and then they need to verify corrective actions effectiveness. The tools you need for internal audits implementation must include internal audit procedure, internal audit schedule, audit checklist, and audit report template. The evidence that the auditor will look for. Auditor will look for the audit schedule. They will look for audit report. They will look for corrective action records, and they will look also for follow-up verification. And here the audit also look for that audit. They will test you and ask, show me your last internal audit report and corrective actions. Auditors' competencies to conduct your internal audits requirements. First, your auditors must understand ISO 9001 requirements by clauses. Then also they must have knowledge of primary production processes, and your internal auditors also must have audit training. For example, ISO 19011 is recommended. And also, your auditors must be independent from the audited area, so they must be from other departments. That's how you fulfill clause 9.2. Now in clause 9.3, the management review, implementation action here, you need to conduct top management reviews, QMS at least, must be planned on interval for the minimum of twice a year. The timing here, quarterly review is recommended for primary production due to seasonality variability. Mandatory inputs of clause 9.3.2. First, you need its status of actions from previous review. Then you need also to show the change in external or internal issues affecting quality management system. And thirdly, you need information to show information on quality management system performance. Those information include customer satisfaction and feedback, quality objective achievement, process performance and product conformity, non-conformance and corrective actions, monitoring and measurement results, audit results, and supplier performance. Those are the information on QMS performance that are mandatory inputs. And then you need adequacy of the resources, and you need to show effectiveness of actions addressing risk or opportunities, and you need to show the evidence of opportunities for improvement. The mandatory outputs, clause 9.3.3, first, you need to show the evidence of the decision on improvement opportunities. Secondly, you need to show evidence of decisions on QMS change needed. And thirdly, you need to show decisions on resources needed. The tools here to implement the inputs and outputs, you need management review agenda templates and management review minutes templates. So you need two templates here. The evidence that you can show the auditor will include management review minutes covering all the inputs and outputs, action items with responsibilities and deadlines. And the auditor, when they test you, they will ask, show me your last two management reviews. And also the auditor will check the completeness of the inputs and of the outputs. For class 9 fulfillment, it requires you to have the following documents. First, you must have monitoring and measurement plan. Secondly, you must have internal audit procedures. Thirdly, you must have management review procedure. Fourth, you must have customer satisfaction survey. Those are the required documents. The required records include monitoring data, customer feedback records, internal audit reports, management review minutes with a minimum of twice a year, and corrective action records. That is how you fulfill clause 9. In clause 9, the monitoring when data is imperfect, for example, in our primary production, the measurement challenge here, clause 9 requires monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation of QMS performance. In factories, on the other hand, data flows from sensors, scales, and automated systems, but in farming here, much monitoring is visual, subjective, or delayed. So ISO 9001 does not require sophisticated measurements. It requires knowing whether you are meeting requirements and whether your QMS is effective. This can be achieved through supervisor observations, customer feedback, yield records, and complaints trends, right? So you can fulfill it through supervisor observation, customer feedback, yield record, and complaints trend. In customer feedback, you should include complaints, rejections, and specifications conformity reports. For internal audits, you have regular site checks by trained internal auditors. And for management reviews, you have seasonal review of performance, risk, and improvement actions. Now let's look at the final clause, which is clause 10, improvement implementation. Improvement clause 10 included nonconformity, corrective actions, and continual improvement requirements. So we start with clause 10.1, general for continual improvement. The implementation here, action, it requires continual improvement QMS suitability, adequacy, and effectiveness. The methods here is to use analysis, management review, internal audit findings, and customer feedbacks to identify improvement opportunities. The auditor here will test you and ask, what improvement have you made to your QMS in the last year? Evidence they expect to see must include improvement initiatives documented, implemented, and evaluated. In clause 10.2, nonconformity and corrective actions, the implementation steps here for clause 10.2 for nonconformity and corrective actions. Step 1 is to react to nonconformity, and the action required here. When nonconformity occurs, you need to take immediate actions to control and correct it. Example, you need to segregate non-conforming products, stop the process, and contain the issue. All right. Now the auditor will test you here and ask, what did you immediately do when this problem occurs? And the evidence they expect to see, including immediate actions, documentation. Step 2 is to evaluate the need for action. And here you need to determine if similar nonconformities exist or could occur elsewhere. The methods here for evaluation, you need to review other processes and products or locations for similar risks. Auditor here will test you and ask, did you check if this problem exists elsewhere? And the evidence they expect to see is evaluation documentation. The third step is to conduct root cause analysis. And here you need to investigate to determine the root cause or root causes of nonconformity. The tools you could use including 5 whys, fishbone diagram, and Pareto analysis. For root cause analysis, the auditor will test and ask, what was the root cause and how did you determine? And they expect to see the root cause analysis documented with evidence. Then step 4 is to implement corrective actions. The action here, it requires you to take actions to eliminate root causes and prevent recurrence. Example here, you need to change procedure, you need to change the procedure, provide training, modify the equipment, and improve controls. Auditor here, to see if you implement the corrective actions, they will ask, what action did you take to prevent this from happening again? And the evidence they expect to see, including correct action plan with responsibilities and deadlines. Then step 5 is to review effectiveness. Action requires here, after implementation of corrective actions, you need to verify corrective action has eliminated the problem. The methods here, you need to monitor for recurrence of a appropriate time frame, for example, after 3 months. And the auditor will test you and ask for review effectiveness. How do you know your corrective actions worked? They expect to see here evidence of effectiveness being reviewed and documented with evidence of no recurrence. Step 6 is to update the QMS as needed. So if you need it, you update risk assessments or procedure or training based on lesson learned. Auditor here will ask, did you update your procedure based on these incidents, for example? And the evidence they expect to see, if applicable, is an updated document and revised risk register. Now let's differentiate between corrective actions and correction. There is a lot of confusion here. The corrective actions is immediate fix to the problem. The correction is immediate fix to the problem. Like when you do the rework or when you adjust the process, that's the correction. But corrective actions is when you eliminate the root cause to prevent the recurrence. For example, when you change the procedure or when you improve the training, that is the corrective action. So there are difference. Both requires, both are required, but they serve different purposes. Corrections is immediate fix to the problem, and corrective action is elimination of the root cause. Now in class 10.3 for continuous improvement implementation, the action you need here, you need to proactively seek opportunities to improve the products, processes, and QMS. Sources here, the sources for continuous improvement information include customer feedback, data analysis, benchmarking, innovation, and employee suggestion. Auditor here will test your continual improvement and ask, show me example of improvement you have made. The evidence they expect to see here include improvement projects documented with objectives, actions, and results. The tools to implement your improvements, you can use PDCA cycle, plan, do, check, act. You can use Kaizen, small incremental improvements. You can use process optimization, and you can use technology adoption, or best practice implementation. To fulfill clause 10, the required documents, first you need corrective action procedure, then you need nonconformance report form, you need root cause analysis templates, and you need uh, improvement register. Records associated with Clause 10 that are required include nonconformance reports, corrective actions records, root cause analysis, effective reviews, and improvement project records. That is how you fulfill Clause 10. Now, improvement across seasons in Clause 10. Clause 10 requires continual improvement. In primary production, particularly, improvements happen slowly. Definitely you cannot return a crop cycles to test a hypothesis. Improvement accumulates across seasons through learning, experimentation, and adaptation. So first, for improvement in the farming, you need to identify the opportunity to recognize patterns in yield loss, for example, or quality variation, or customer complaints. So you identify the opportunity first, then you plan the change, you design a trail intervention or process adjustment for the next season, and then you implement and verify. You apply the change, you monitor the results, and you confirm effectiveness before scaling. Right. Here you have a complete documents. I know I have been giving you documents are the clauses, but here we have a master list, and this document can be sent to you if you need it, master list for certification readiness. So when you implement these documents, you meet all the requirements and you maintain operational excellence. All right, those are the same documents that we showed you one by one earlier, but this is the master list. All right, I'm not going to go through it again. You can ask for it and we will send it to you in the comment section. All right. So all the documents here, or let me just go through it quickly. You have clause number, document or record type, and if it's mandatory or if as needed, minimum retention period, and the evidence for the audit. So you have in clause, for clause 4, you have external interested parties register is a mandatory requirement. The minimum retention is 3 years, and quarterly review will be the evidence for your record. Interested parties metrics is mandatory. Minimum retention year is 3 years, and updated annually is your evidence for the audit. QMS scope statement as per the clause 4.3 is mandatory requirement. Retention, you need to retain it permanently, and your scope must match the audit evidence. Your scope statement must match the certificate. Uh, and then in class 4.4, you have process maps, the required documents, uh, process map and interactions, mandatory requirement. You need to maintain the current version and show all the processes are covered in your process map as the evidence for the audit. And then you move to class 5. Class 5, you need quality policy, is mandatory requirement. You maintain the current version. It must be signed and communicated. In clause 5.3, responsibility metrics, the requirement, mandatory requirement. You maintain the current version, and all the roles must be defined as the evidence for your audit. And then I brought up here for the importance, clause 9.3, management review minutes, mandatory. You retain it for the minimum of 3 years, and you show that it has been conducted at least twice a year. That will be your evidence for the audits. And then you move to clause 6. You have risk and opportunity register as per clause 6.1 is mandatory requirement. Minimum retention is 3 years, and you must show that it has been reviewed annually as the evidence for the audit. Clause 6.2 for quality objective register is a mandatory requirement. Minimum retention is 3 years, and you need to show your SMART objectives as the evidence for the audit. In clause 6.1, uh, risk and action plan is as needed, okay, not mandatory, especially here for primary industry or for the farming. Minimum retention 3 years is for significant risk. Must be shown that they are registered evidence here. Uh, Clause 7.5.3, document control procedures is mandatory. You need to maintain the current version, and you need to show the version control. And clause 7.5.3, you have also records and control procedures, mandatory requirements. You need to maintain the current version, and the retention period must be defined. Clause 7.2 is for competence metrics, mandatory requirements. You maintain current version, and all roles must be covered. For clause 7.2, also training records, mandatory duration of employment plus 3 years, and all personnel must be covered. And then you have 7.5, calibration certifications, mandatory requirement, calibration cycle, and all measurement equipments you can show that are calibrated to be an evidence for your audits. For clause 7.1.3, you have equipment maintenance log is as needed. You can keep it as needed. 3 years minimum retention, and for critical equipment maintenance. And then you move to the heart of the standards, which is clause 8. All right, so you have uh, production planning procedures mandatory, work instruction SOP mandatory, customer orders mandatory, supplier evaluation procedure mandatory, approved supplier list is mandatory requirements, supplier performance mandatory, traceability procedures, traceability records, and also product release records, non-conformance records, and non-conformance report. All of these are mandatory. And then you move to clause 9. You need monitoring measurement, monitoring data records, customer satisfaction survey, customer feedback, internal audit procedures, internal audit schedule, internal audit report, and management review agenda and management review minutes. All these are mandatory requirements. And in clause 10, you have corrective actions, and then you have corrective actions records and corrective action analysis and effectiveness of review. All these are mandatory records. So you have all these are requirement. If you have all these documents and you show the evidence here, that means you fulfill and you can pass the audit test and achieve your certification. So just make sure you practice this in actuality, right? Make sure you maintain the operational excellence, not just to show the documents, but you do it in real life, okay? And if you need this list, I can send it to you. You can use this as your point of reference. If you are not certified, to list down all these documents and match then conduct gap analysis in your operation to see what are you doing, what are you not doing, what you need to adjust, fulfill, and then you can pass your audit and have your QMS, have your company certified. All right. Let me just again. I just want to remind you the retention period, as that I mentioned, are the minimum, but you need to check with your local regulations. It might be different. Okay, the retention period for each document. Now we're gonna go through stage one audit QMS focus. And then we will focus on other standards later. In stage one audit QMS focus, stage one is documentation and readiness review. All right. The auditor assesses whether your QMS design is complete. That's all the auditor do. They want to see if it's appropriate and likely to work in practice. And no site visit is required, but many auditors conduct a brief walkthrough to understand the context only. All right, that's the stage one purpose. Now, the documents that are reviewed in stage one, the mandatory QMS documents that you should present in stage one are 10 main documents. Number one is scope of certification statement. Second document is quality policy and objectives. Third, you have context analysis of internal and external issues. Fourth, you have risk and opportunities assessment. Fifth document is process description of flow charts. Sixth, you have roles and responsibility metrics. Seven, supplier evaluation criteria document. Eight, internal audit schedule and reports. Nine, management review minutes. And 10, procedure for controls of documents and records. So make sure you have these documents. Those are for stage one review. Okay? And what auditors here will be looking for? Auditors will assess the coherence and completeness of your documents. Does the quality management or your quality management system design logically address the operations context and risks? That will be the main theme question. And are processes describes accurately in your documents? And are responsibilities clear? And is there evidence of leadership involvement? Those are the questions that the auditors will be assessing against. But the generic and copy paste documents fail immediately because auditors can spot template text and will ask pointed questions to test whether you actually use what is written. So make sure any document you have is the one you use. And take your time to implement properly and prepare for the certification. These are the main four typical stage one failures that you can avoid. The first failure is a scope does not match the reality. The stated scope, when you have the stated scope, includes activities that are not performed or excluded activities, or your scope statement excluded activities that are performed. This is the first typical stage one failure because auditors observe mismatch during the walkthrough. Second typical failure reasons is when you don't have evidence of management involvement, when documents are signed by consultants, an owner cannot explain, owner or the manager cannot explain the quality policy or objectives, and no record of leadership decisions or resources allocation. This is another reason for stage one failure. Third reason is when you have incomplete risk planning, when risk assessment is generic or missing critical operational risks, and no evidence of planned actions to address identified risks. This is another reason for failure. The fourth reason is internal audit is not conducted. When you don't have any internal audit, no internal audit has been completed, or internal audit was conducted by the same consultant who wrote the documents, and this is creating independence concern. So your stage one also will fail. Those are the main typical reasons that you should watch out and avoid. Now, let me show you the pass and fail logic in stage one. The pass criteria is when you have quality management system design is complete and contextually appropriate and shows evidence of implementation readiness with minor documentation gaps are acceptable if fundamentals are sound. So this is a pass criteria. The fail or deferral criteria is when major gaps in system design, unclear scope, and no evidence of leadership commitment, missing mandatory procedures, or internal audits is not completed. Stage 2 will not proceed until those deficiencies are corrected. So take note and make sure you pass. Now, stage 2 audit QMS. Now we are still focusing on QMS. Stage 2 is where the auditor verifies that your documented QMS is actually implemented and active and effective. All right. And this involves site walkthroughs, worker interviews, record reviews, and evidence triangulation. Stage 2 findings will determine the certification outcome. So as you can see, stage 1 was mainly for the review and make sure you are ready. But the stage 2 is where they determine whether you will have certificate or not. Now, those are the main field activities in stage 2. First, you have operational walkthrough. Auditors will walk through the production area, observing processes, controls, and conditions. And definitely, you will be walking along with them. And the auditor will be comparing observed practices to documented procedures. And also, in the field verification, the auditor will interview the workers. He will conduct random selection of operators, supervisors, and specialists, and the auditor will ask questions that will probe the understanding of requirements and responsibilities and what to do when things go wrong. So that's the second thing that the auditor will do. For field verification also, auditor will record the sampling. Auditor will sample monitoring records, traceability logs, calibration certifications, and training records. And then they will be checking for completeness, accuracy, and timeliness. So make sure you don't have expired or wrong documents there. Number 4, auditor will conduct evidence triangulation. That means cross-checking claims against controls, against records, against outcomes. So any inconsistency will trigger deeper investigation. These are the activities that the auditor will do in your field, not in the office. Now, the interview expectation from the auditor, those are typical questions that the auditor will ask the workers. They will say, what is your role? What are your responsibilities for? Or how do you know what the quality requirements are? They can ask another one, what do you do if you see a problem, or how do you report issues? Who do you report issues to? How do you record what you have done? Have you received training for this task? What happens if the equipment breaks down? So auditors do not expect a scripted answer when they ask these questions. They just want a natural flow. And they will do their assessment. They are trained. They expect genuine understanding and confidence that workers know how to do their job correctly and safely. Now, the evidence credibility test here, auditors are trained to detect fabricated evidence and records completed in identical handwriting or logs that are filled out in advance or suspiciously perfect data patterns raise immediate. All these things will raise immediate red flag. First, you have realistic variation. So your monitoring data should show natural variation. You don't need to hide that. It's okay. Just let it be real. But perfectly stable numbers suggest the records are fabricated and not measured. So let your data be natural and real. Secondly, the temporal consistency. Records dated during weeks, holidays, or when operations were shut down indicates backdating or falsification. Sometimes when people are fabricating their data, they will fill up the dates that, and accidentally they will fill up days that were off days or holidays. An auditor is specifically look for those days. They have in their mind. They already know which days people were off, and they will look for such data. And also, the third will be cross reference to test the credibility, the cross reference alignment, traceability code, batch number, and date must align across multiple record types. So they will test multiple uh, traceability documents, and any mismatch will reveal poor control or dishonesty. And finally, in their credibility test of the evidence, they will use the witness testimony. If workers cannot explain records that they have supposedly completed, the credibility will collapse here. Auditors will compare written records to verbal explanation. If we look at the QMS excellent practices, meeting ISO 9001 requirements is the baseline. So excellent farms exceed requirements by embedding quality thinking into daily decision making, enabling front workers or frontline problem solving, and continuously learning from each season's outcome. That means meeting the expectation, meeting the requirement is just the baseline, it's not the ceiling. You should strive for excellence always. If you pass the audit, you achieve the certification, that's just the starting point. All right. Now let's look at what mature farms do differently. Those farms that use ISO and compliance as just the baseline, but they strive for excellence. Those mature farms, first, they involve everyone. Workers participate in improvement discussions. Quality for them is not a management only concern, but it is embedded in daily routines and work culture. And also in mature farms, they simplify the system. Procedures are simple. that by design, they have visuals, and also those documents are accessible because complexity, when you complex and you make it as a record sign you are inventing, you are removing uh, removing the understanding here. So for them, complexity is removed wherever possible and making compliance easier than deviation. Mature farms also use data wisely. Data is collected to inform decisions and not just to satisfy auditors. The, the trends are reviewed and anomalies are investigated and insights drive actions. Also in mature farm, the lead from the front. Owners owners and managers are visible in mature farms. They are approachable also and actively engage in operations. Leadership behaviors set the tone for quality commitment. Now, how quality survive the pressure? First, the challenge to sustain the quality. Peak seasons in farm, peak season pressures, labor turnover, equipment breakdown, and unexpected weather events all test whether quality systems are resilient or fragile. Farms fail when systems depend on specific individuals or perfect conditions. So excellent systems survive because they are simple, reinforced through training, backed by leadership, and supported by a culture where stopping to fix a problem is acceptable and not punished. The pressure comes from weather event, the pre-planned responses to rain, heat, or wind that threaten quality are how you survive the pressure of the weather events. And for the labor turnover, the quick onboarding, visual aids, and body system for new workers is how you survive the labor turnover. And for peak season, maintain supervision ratios and decisions authority even under time pressure is how you overcome the peak season. All right, that was section one. Now we are moving to section two for HSE, organizational, uh, occupational health and safety, ISO 45001, and environmental management ISO 14001. We just finished the quality management, right? So now let's move to health, safety, and environment. Practical worker protection and environmental management is in uncontrolled outdoor environment, whether, uh, sorry, practical workers protection and environmental management in uncontrolled outdoors environments where hazards are dynamic, impacts are diffuse, and controls must function without constant supervision. This is uh, this is a complete record checklist for occupational health and safety management system, and this master checklist will prepare you for uh, for certification. If you need any support, you can contact me, and I will help you with documentation. It's similar to what we saw in quality management system, ISO 9001. Now here in ISO 45001, If we look at clause 4, the mandatory documents, we have OH&S, context analysis, interested parties, including workers and contractors, and also OH&S scope statement, OH&S process map. All these things are mandatory documents. And if we looked at clause 5, we have the policy for occupational health and safety, responsibility metrics, and workers' consultations. Those are also mandatory documents. And the minimum retention period here, and the evidence you can show to the auditors are on this side. If you come to clause 6, you have hazard identification register, risk assessment records, legal and other requirements, OH&S objective register, and risk control plans are also all mandatory requirements. If you come to clause 7, you have competence requirements for OH&S training records, OH&S communication records, and emergency response procedures are also mandatory requirements. If you come to clause 8, safe work procedures and SOPs, contractor management procedures, contractor induction records, PPE requirements, and issue records are all mandatory requirements. Work permit as per the applicability, but you have also the pre-start check and inspection are mandatory requirements, such as in equipment or in vehicle. And you have emergency drill records are also mandatory requirements. If you come to clause 9, you have OH&S monitoring plan, incident or injury records, incident investigation reports, OH&S performance data, internal OH&S audit reports, and management review minutes for OH&S. All are mandatory requirements. And here you can see, you can show the evidence like in the incidents, investigations, KPI, trends. And if you come to clause 10, you have corrective actions records and root cause analysis records are also mandatory requirements. This is for occupational health and safety. Again, the incident records typically require around 10 years retention due to legal and insurance requirements. So check with your local authorities for the retention period, but typically it's 10 years. Now, let's look at the hazard identification and risk assessment implementation in ISO 45001. And this is a step-by-step OH&S risk assessment, occupational health and safety risk assessment is step-by-step. Step 1, you need to identify the hazards. And the action here, you need to systematically identify all hazards in your operation. And the methods you could use is the walkthrough. You need to walk through all the work areas and activities and consult workers, which is a mandatory requirement, and review incident history. All right, this is the method you need to identify the hazard. The hazard categories to consider, you have physical hazards, such as machinery hazards, vehicles, noise, vibration, temperature extremes, and radiation. Those are the physical hazards. When it comes to chemical hazards, you have pesticides, fertilizers, fuels, cleaning agents, and veterinary medicines. Those are chemical hazards. And when it comes to biological hazard, you have zoonotic diseases, bacteria, fungi, allergen, and insects bite hazards. When it comes to ergonomics, you have ergonomic hazards, you have manual handling, repetitive tasks, and awkward postures and vibrations are ergonomic hazards. For psychological hazards, you have work pressure, fatigue, isolation, violence, and harassment. Those are psychological hazards. When you look at environmental hazards, you have weather, terrain, water hazards, and wildlife hazards. The tools you need here to categorize your hazards, you need hazard identification register to be maintained by activities by area. The auditor here will test you and ask, show me your hazard register for harvesting operations, for example, and the auditor expects to see comprehensive register covering all activities, locations, and work type. All right, so that's step one to identify hazards. Step two is to assess the risk. The action requires here is for each hazard, you need to assess the likelihood and consequences of injury or illness or ill health. The method you can use risk matrix 5 by 5 recommended as it shows here. So in case of likelihood, you start rare. Likelihood means it may occur, okay? The risk may occur in exceptional circumstances. Likelihood, uh, unlikely, that means it could occur sometimes. Possible, it might occur occasionally. Unlikely, it will probably occur. And almost certain is expected to occur frequently. These are the likelihood scale from 1 to 5. Now the consequences scale from 1 to 5 too. You have insignificant consequence. That means it will result in minor injuries or first aid. Minor consequence means it will result in medical treatment and day off work. Moderate consequence, it means it will result in serious injuries and weeks of work. Major consequence, it means it will result in permanent disability and multiple injuries. And catastrophic means it will result in fatality. All right, so you use the metric like this to assess the risk. Now, for risk rating, it means you multiply the likelihood by consequence, and that will give you the rate of the risk. So for extreme risk, that is between 20 to 25, and that needs immediate action is required and to stop the work. For high risk, is rated between 5 to 19. That means serious management attention is needed and action plan is required. For medium, is rated between 8 to 14, means management responsibility is required and action plan is needed. And for low risk, is rated between 4 to 7, that means it's minor and managed with routine procedures. And very low is rated between 1 to 3, is acceptable risk and could be we need to maintain the awareness. The tools you need here, of course, is risk assessment metrics. Here, show the evidence. The auditor will test you and ask, why did you, for example, rate chemical exposure as high risk? And the auditor expects to see all the hazards rated with justification. Thirdly, you need to determine the control. The action needed here, you need hierarchy of controls to eliminate or reduce the risk. And hierarchy of controls here, we start from most uh, most effective to least effective methods. The most effective first is to eliminate the risk completely, to remove the hazard entirely by eliminating manual handling, for example, and use automation. And then, secondly, is by substitution, means to replace with less hazardous alternatives, for example, use less toxic chemicals. Third method is engineering controls to isolate people from hazards, for example, installing guards on machinery and ventilation. And fourth method is administrative controls. That means to change work procedures, for example, job rotations and training or signage. And fifth, the less effective method is PPE, personal protective equipments, for example, gloves, safety glasses, and respiratory. The tools you need here to determine the controls, you need risk control plan. The auditor here will check the effectiveness in the application by asking you, what controls have you implemented for these hazards? And they expect to see controls documented for each significant risk and hierarchy applied. Step 4 is to implement the controls, and the action required here is to put controls in place with responsibilities and deadlines. And the evidence here, audit will test you and ask, auditor will observe the controls in place during the site walk to see if you have implemented the controls, and they expect to see implementation records, photos, purchase order, and training records when they ask. And now, step 5 is to monitor and review the actions here. You need to verify controls are effective and review after incidents or change. Frequency of monitoring and reviewing, at least annual review at the minimum or after incident or after change. Auditor will test the monitoring and review here and ask, when did you last review your risk assessment and the evidence they expect to see, including review records and updated risk assessment. The documents you require here to fulfill the requirements, including hazard identification procedure, risk assessment procedure, risk metrics, and hierarchy of control guidance. And for the records required include hazard register, risk assessment, risk control plan, implementation records, and review records. Now, let's look at the workers' consultation and participation implementation, which is a mandatory requirement. ISO 45001 Class 5.4 requirements. Why worker consultation matter? ISO 45001 requires meaningful workers' participation in OH&S processes because workers have direct knowledge of hazards and practical insights into effective controls. So consultation here is not optional, it is mandatory. So what must be consulted? Workers must be consulted on one, determining needs and expectations of interested parties. Two, establishing OH&S policy. Three, assigning organizational roles and responsibility. Four, determining how to fulfill legal requirements. 5. Establishing OH&S objectives and planning to achieve them. 6. Determining controls for outsourcing procurements and contractors. 7. Determining what need to be monitored and measured. 8. Planning, establishing, implementing audit programs. And 9. Ensuring continual improvement. Those are what you need to consult the workers on, and you must do it. And what must participate here? Worker must participate in one, determining mechanisms for their consultation and participation. Second, identifying hazards and assessing risks. 3. Determining actions to eliminate hazards and reduce risks. 4. Determining competence requirements and training needs. 5. Determining what needs to be communicated and how. 6. Determining control measures and their effective implementation. And 7. Investigating incidents and nonconformities. Workers must participate in all the 7. Now, let's look at the step-by-step implementation for workers' consultation and participation. Step 1 is to establish consultation mechanism. The action requires here you need to define how workers will be consulted through meetings, committees, surveys, suggestion boxes. The tools you need here, you need workers' consultation procedure. You need to create one. Auditor will test to see if you have established the worker consultation mechanism here by questioning how do workers participate in OH&S decisions. The evidence they expect to see here include procedure documented and communicated to workers. The second step is to form OH&S committee if required. The action here is to establish a committee with workers' representatives, and the composition of the committee here, it must be a mix of management and workers' representatives. The frequency of the meetings is recommended to be conducted on monthly basis, and the tools you need here to form OH&S committee, you need committee terms of reference and meeting schedule. The auditor here will test to see if you have formed OH&S committee by asking, show me your H&S committee meeting minutes. And the evidence they expect to see include committee charter, member list, and meeting minutes. Third step is to conduct regular consultation. Action required here, you need to hold toolbox talks, safety meetings, and hazard hunts. The frequency of doing so, you can conduct weekly toolbox talks and monthly safety meetings. The tools you need to conduct regular consultations include meeting agenda templates and attendance sheets. The audits will test if you have conducted regular consultation by asking the workers, how are you involved in safety? And they expect as evidence to see meeting minutes, attendance records, and photos. Step 4 is to document workers' input. The actions here is to record workers' suggestions, concerns, and feedback. The tools here, you need workers' consultation log and suggestion register. Auditors will test you to see if you have document workers' input and ask to show example of workers' suggestion implementation. The auditor expect to see log showing issues raised and action taken. Step 5 is to provide the feedback. Action action here, you need to communicate back to workers on decisions made and why. And the methods, you need notice boards and meetings and newsletter. Auditor will test you how do you inform workers of decisions. They expect to see examples including communication records and feedback provided. Overcoming barriers in hierarchical culture, you can overcome the following challenges. First challenge, when workers are reluctant to speak up, the solution here is to implement anonymous suggestion box, third party facilitators, and you must emphasize no blame culture and mean it and do it genuinely. The second challenge, if you are facing challenge of language barriers with migrant workers, the solutions here, you need to implement multilingual materials and interpreters or visual communications. The third challenge, if you are facing low literacy levels, the solution is to produce and communicate through visual aids, demonstrations, and peer mentors. The other challenge, if you are facing casual or seasonal workers not engaged, the solution is to include in induction, assigned by the system, and regular check-ins. The documents required here include workers' consultation procedure, OH&S committee terms of reference, meeting agenda templates, and the records you need include committee meeting minutes, toolbox doc records, worker consultation logs, and suggestion register with actions taken. Now, let's move to hazard identification by activity. In hazard identification by activity, the generic hazard registers fail audits because they do not reflect site-specific reality. In ISO 45001 requires hazard identification to be systematic, comprehensive, and based on actual activities performed at your operation. So generic hazard register will fail you. Now, the activity-based approach here is to break operations into distinct activities: planning, spraying, harvesting, transports, and maintenance. Break them down into distinct activities, and for each activity, then identify all hazards workers encounter and include routine and non-routine tasks, include emergencies and contractor activities also. Involve workers in identification because they know where near misses happen and which equipment is unreliable and which shortcuts are taken under pressure. For seasonal and weather driven hazards, first you need to start with planting seasons where machinery operations, dust exposure, repetitive strain, and long hours and heat stress are found. Then in growing season, you have chemical exposure during spraying, irrigation equipment hazards, UV exposure, and insect bites. Those are hazards for growing season. For harvest season, you have peak machinery use, fatigue from exhausted hours, manual handling, injuries, and transport risks. Those are the hazards of harvest season. And then you have off season. You have maintenance activities, confined space entries, working at height on structures, and chemical shortage are the hazards. So you need to break down by activities like this. For informal labor and contractors' risk, the challenge here you have seasonal workers and casual workers, and contractors may lack training, may lack experience or understanding of site specific hazards, and language barriers and cultural factors complicates the communication here. So ISO 45001 requirements here is that you maintain responsible, you are still responsible, you remain responsible for occupational health and safety of all workers on your site, regardless of employment relations. For that reason, you must first provide site specific induction and hazard briefing. Secondly, you verify competence for high risk activities. Thirdly, you ensure contractors have their own occupational health and safety systems. And fourth, you supervise and monitor contractor work. And sixth, you investigate incidents involving contractors. For workers' consultation in hierarchical culture, ISO 45001 requires meaningful workers' participation in occupational health and safety processes, and in many agricultural settings, cultural forms discourage workers from questioning management, reporting hazards, or suggesting improvements. So, compliance requires breaking through these barriers. So, in order to break these barriers, first you need to create safe work reporting channels through anonymous hazards reporting, regular toolbox talk meeting where workers are explicitly invited to speak, and visible response to workers' suggestion will build trust and participation. So don't ignore their suggestions. That's the first way to break the barrier is to create safe work reporting channel. The second way is to demonstrate no retaliation culture. When a worker reports hazard or stop unsafe work, the leadership must visibly support that action because punishing or dismissing workers for safety concerns destroy consultation. The third way to break the barrier is to provide the feedback through you need to create close the loop to tell workers what happened to their suggestions, why controls were or were not changed, and also thank them for participation because silence breeds disengagement. Now, for emergency preparedness in remote setting, many primary production sites are remote, far from emergency services, and have limited communication infrastructure. So ISO 45001 requires emergency plan, but these must be realistic and tested and not just theoretical. This is how you conduct realistic emergency planning. First, for medical emergencies, you implement first aid capability on site. Evacuation routes and vehicle must be identified. Communication protocols and designated decision makers when supervisors is the casualty. Secondly, is in case of fire and explosion, especially critical during dry season, the fire suppression equipment must be accessible and escape routes must be clear and assembly points must be designated and head counts must be conducted. Thirdly, is the in case of chemical spill or exposure, immediate first response, such as wash and remove clothes, must be implemented. Containment, where possible, must be implemented as well. Notification protocols and post-incident medical assessment must be in place. In case of severe weather, shelter location, worker suspension triggers such as wind speed and lightning, and protocols for workers dispersed across large areas. That's for ISO 45001. Now let's move to ISO 14001. For ISO, which is environmental management and environmental management, this is again a record checklist for environmental management, and this checklist is a master checklist for certification readiness, and it includes all the required checklists, the mandatory documents that you should have in order to pass the certification. All right, so to to make sure that you meet clause 4 requirements, the records required or the documents required include environmental context analysis, interested parties, including community and regulators, environmental management system scope statement, environmental management system process map, environmental policy, and no, so before environmental policy, those are clause 4 requirements and all are mandatory. Retention period, and they here you have the auditor's evidence. And then in clause 5, you need environmental policy and you need environmental responsibility metrics is mandatory also. All right, if you need these documents, just let me know. I will send them to you in the comment section. All right. And for to meet clause 6 requirements for environmental management, clause 6, you have environmental aspect register, environmental impact assessment, legal and other requirement register, compliance uh, evaluation records, and environmental objective register and environmental action plan. Those documents are required to fulfill clause 6. And then when you move to clause 7, you need environmental competence requirements, environmental training records, environmental communication records, and emergency preparedness procedures. To fulfill clause 7, the emergency procedure here is from clause 8. So in clause 8, you have emergency preparedness procedure, operational control procedure, and waste management records, and waste disposal records, and chemical and storage handling, and chemical inventory, and spill response, and spill incident, and also contractor environmental requirements, and contractor induction records for environmental, and also the emergency drill records for environmental. All these are mandatory requirements to fulfill Clause 8. When it comes to Clause 9, you have environmental monitoring plan, environmental, those are the requirements, environmental monitoring plan, environmental monitoring data, calibration records for environmental equipment, and compliance evaluation records, and internal environmental audit reports, and management review manuals for environmental management system. Those documents are mandatory requirements and will make sure you fulfill clause 9. And for clause 10, you have environmental nonconformance records, environmental corrective actions, and environmental improvement initiatives. Those are the requirements for clause 10. Now, for environmental incidents records may require longer retention based on the regulatory requirements, so you need to check with your local environmental laws for the retention periods. Now let's look at environmental aspect and impact implementation. The aspect and impact. And this is a step-by-step environmental risk assessment implementation. So in step 1, you need to identify environmental aspect. The action required here, you need to identify all ways your activities, products, and services interact with the environment. The methods you need here for identification is to walk through all the operations, and you need to consider the inputs and the output of your operations. The aspect categories here, you have emission to air, including dust, exhaust, odors, greenhouse gas emission, and for discharge to water, you have runoff and wastewater and contaminated water. For releases to land, you have a spill, you have leak, you have soil contamination. For use of resources, you have water, energy, fuel, and raw material. For waste generation, you have soil waste, hazardous waste, organic waste, and packing. And then you have noise and vibration, and you have land use, and biodiversity impact. Those are the aspect categories that you need to identify and assess. And then you need to consider the normal operations in your identification and also the abnormal conditions such as startup and shutdown and maintenance. You also need to consider emergency situations like the spill, the fire, the flood, and you need to consider past activities such as legacy contamination, and you need to consider future plan activities. The tools you need here for environmental aspects, you need a register by activities and by area. Then, wait, okay, you need register by activity and by area. And the auditor here will test you and ask, show me your environmental aspects for irrigation operations, for example, and they expect to see comprehensive register covering all the activities and conditions. And then after your environmental aspect identification, you need to assess the environmental impact. The actions required here for each aspect, you need to determine the environmental impact and its significance. And the method you use here, you use significance criteria. And significance criteria are the following. One, you have severity of impact, scale with local, and is it like the impact, is it local or regional or global? Secondly, you have frequency and duration of your aspects. And then thirdly, you have potential for harm to environment. Fourth, you have stakeholders concern. Fifth, you have legal requirements. And sixth, you have resource consumption level. Those are the significance criteria. And for significance rating, in rating of significant, it requires operational control and objectives. And in case of rating of no significance, you can manage with routine procedures. The tools you need here to assess your environmental impact, you need environmental impact assessment metrics. Auditor here will test your environmental impact by asking why is fertilizer, for example, why is fertilizer runoff rated as significant? And they expect to see the evidence of all the aspects being assessed with significance, determination, and justification. Once you're done with that, you need now to determine the operational control and the actions required here for significance. For significant aspect, you need to establish operational controls to prevent or minimize the impact. And the controls example, first you have fertilizer application, photo soil testing, application rates, timing, buffer zone, and weather monitoring. And for pesticide use, you have IPM program, application records, spray drift controls, PPE, and storage. And for water use, you have irrigation scheduling, soil moisture monitoring, efficiency system, and recycling. And for waste management, you have segregation recycling, and you have composting, and you have license disposal. And for fuel storage, you have bounded storage, spill kit, regulatory inspection. And for runoff controls, you have counter farming, cover crops, and sediment traps, and vegetated buffer. The tools you need here to implement and to determine the operational control, you need operational control procedures to be documented and implemented. The auditor here will test your operational control by observing the controls in place during the site work. They expect to see procedures being documented, being implemented, and being monitored. Once you have determined the operational control, now you have to establish the monitoring. The action here requires you need to monitor the significant aspects to verify controls are effective. For monitoring methods, first, direct measurement, that's to check the water quality, testing, soil testing, and waste quantities. And for indirect indicators, you have input quantities, for example, fertilizers and water energy, visual inspection. And for compliance monitoring, you need permit conditions, discharge limits, and waste manifests. The tools you need here, you need environmental monitoring plans, and the auditor will test your monitoring here by asking, show me your water quality monitoring data. They expect to see monitoring schedule, data records, and trend analysis. And then the review and updates. The action here, you need to review aspects and impact annual or after change. And the triggers here for your review, you have in case of new activities, incidents, legal change, or stakeholders concern. And the auditors will check your review and updates here by testing you and asking, when did you last review your environmental aspects? The evidence they expect to see, including review records and updated aspect register. The documents required here to fulfill including environmental aspect procedures, significant criteria, operational control procedures, and monitoring plan. For records required, including environmental aspect register, impact assessment, monitoring data, and review records. Now let's look at legal compliance versus environmental performance. ISO 45001, or ISO 14001 requires compliance with legal requirements as a baseline, but also expect organizations to pursue better environmental performance beyond compliance. So in regions with weak enforcement, these distinctions become very critical. For compliance obligations, you must identify all applicable environmental laws, permits, and regulations. Demonstrating compliance requires documented evidence of monitoring, reporting, and corrective actions when limits are approached or exceeded. For performance beyond compliance, excellence means setting internal targets is stricter than legal limits. So implementing best practices voluntarily and transparently reporting performance. Auditors recognize and reward proactive environmental stewardship. All right? Now let's look at the diffuse impacts and indirect evidence. So unlike factory emissions that are measured at stack, agricultural environmental impacts are dispersed across landscapes. They accumulate slowly and interact with nature variability, and this makes monitoring and evidence collections challenging but also not impossible. So you have approach to diffuse the impact here. First, you have water quality. You can conduct regular sampling of runoff points and downstream locations. And for soil health, you can conduct periodic testing for nutrient levels, pH, and contamination. And for biodiversity, you can conduct habitat survey, species counts, and buffer zone integrity checks. For air quality, you can conduct spray drift monitoring, odor complaints tracking, and the evidence does not need to be laboratory grade here, but consistent field observations, photographic records, and trend data are enough if methodology is sound. The documentation methods here should be clearly explaining how and when impacts are monitored. And to show the trends, you need to demonstrate stability or improvements over time in your trend. And to act on results, you need to adjust practices when monitoring indicates increased risk. Increase risk. All right. Now let's look at the emergency scenario for environment. Environmental emergencies in primary production, including chemical spill, fuel leaks, uncontrolled runoff during storms, and contamination events. ISO 45001 requires preparedness, response capabilities, and post-incident evaluation. For prevention, we need secondary containment for chemical storage. A spill kit must be accessible and equipment maintenance to prevent the leak. For response, We need to implement immediate containment actions and notification of authorities if required, and protection of waterways and sensitive areas. For recovery, we need to implement the cleanup and disposal and remediation if containment or if the contamination occurred, and investigation of the root cause. For evaluation, we need to conduct review of response effectiveness and update of plan and training based on lesson learned. This is the emergency scenario for environment. Now let's look at HSE audit focus, what auditors review first. We have in stage 1 HSE review, auditors examine hazard registers, risk assessments, aspect impact evaluation, legal compliance registers, emergency plans, training records, and they look for completeness. They look for site specificity and evidence of workers' involvement. That's what they do in stage 1. All right? Again, they examine the risk, they examine the hazard register in stage 1, and risk assessment, and aspect impact evaluation, and legal compliance registers, and emergency plans, and training records. That's what the auditors examine in stage 1. In stage 2, HSE verification, auditors will go through site walkthroughs and focus on visible controls. They will look for PPE usage, machinery guardings, chemical storage, waste segregation, signage, and emergency equipment accessibility. And also they will conduct workers' interview, test the understanding of hazards and what to do in case of emergencies. All right? Now, let's look at these 4 types of what typical triggers HSE findings. First, in case of missing or generic registers. Hazards or aspect registers that are copied from template and do not reflect site-specific activities or conditions. This is the first trigger for HSE findings, missing or generic registers. Second trigger is when the controls are not completed or controls are not implemented. When documented controls that do not exist in practice. For example, there are no PPEs and guarding are removed and containment is absent. This will be the second trigger, typical trigger for HSE. And then you have workers' lack of awareness is another trigger. When workers are unable to identify hazards in their areas and cannot explain the controls or describe the emergency procedures. The fourth trigger is when there is no evidence of consultation, when the claim of workers' participation with no meeting records and no mechanism for reporting and no feedback provided. This is another trigger for HSE findings. So those are the typical trigger. Now, how HSE excellence is recognized. Auditors recognize excellence when they observe a culture of care and not just compliance. Workers proactively when they identify the hazard, when workers can stop the work when the work is unsafe, and when their suggestions are being put to use for improvement, and when you have photographs and records of leadership visibly participating on HSE, toolbox talk, sidewalk, and production pressure is reduced, and when those trigger genuine investigation, also when the incidents trigger genuine investigation and improvement and not blame. That is the HSE excellent. Now we are moving to section 3, and section 3 is for food safety plus GFSI aligned. We have already finished with HSE. In this section, in section 3, we will cover food safety controls at the source, because here is where the biological, chemical, and physical hazard originate, and when downstreams correction is limited or impossible. So correction here and controls are vital. This is the food safety documentation and record checklist. Again, this will prepare you for complete certification. Food safety management system requirements, and this is a master checklist similar to previous master checklists. You have clause of ISO 22000 and document or record type and mandatory or as needed and minor retention and the audit evidence. So you have, we will go through it quickly. It's a kind of long, okay, but we will go through it quickly. All right. So you have clause 4.1 is food safety management system contact analysis. This is mandatory. The minimum retention is 3 years, and food safety issues the evidence. You must cover the food safety issues to show the auditor. So I'm going to go through the documents that you should have, the document type to achieve your certification. So first you have food safety management system context analysis. Then you have interested parties, document, including customers, regulators, and consumers. Then you have food safety management system scope statement and food safety management system process map. Those are mandatory requirements, and you can see the retention period here and the evidence for the audit. Then if you come to clause 5, you have food safety policy, mandatory requirement, food safety responsibilities metrics, also mandatory, and food safety team leaders appointment is also mandatory requirement, and food safety team composition is also a requirement that is mandatory. Other required documents to meet clause 6, you need to have food safety hazard assessment, food safety objectives register, and food safety management system change management records. Those are the requirements to meet clause 6. And in order to meet clause 7, you need food safety competence requirements, records, and the document, and also you need food safety training records, mandatory, infrastructure and work environment requirement, also mandatory, calibration records for food safety equipment is mandatory, and verification validation equipments records are also mandatory. And then when you come to clause 8, in clause 8, all those are mandatory requirements. You have prerequisite programs, you have prerequisite program monitoring records, and product description, and process flow diagram, and flow diagram verification records, and hazard analysis, and hazard assessment records, and control measurement selection, and operational OPRP, operational prerequisite programs, and also uh, OPRP monitoring records, critical control point CCP, critical limits, CCP monitoring, corrective actions records, HACCP plan, validation records, verification records, HACCP system, traceability records, traceability exercise records, non-conforming products uh, control procedures, non-conforming product records, withdrawal or recall procedure, withdrawal or recall test records, and withdrawal records or recall records if occurred. Those are all mandatory requirements, and that's how you meet clause 8. And again, if you need this slide, just let me know. I will send it to you in the comment section. And then to meet clause 9, you have food safety management system monitoring and measurement plan, and you need monitoring data, analysis and evaluation results, internal food safety management system, uh, and audit reports and management review minutes and management reviews. You need all these documents. And again, we can help you create them if you want, or we can send you this guide to use it and create your own. This is how you meet clause 9. And when it comes to clause 10, you have non-conformity corrective actions and HACCP plans updates and food safety management system records. This is how you meet all the requirements and all the clauses, and all are mandatory. And for food safety records, typically requires retention products of shelf life plus 6 months minimum, but you need to check with customer and regulatory requirements for the longer retention in your jurisdiction. Now let's look at the food safety reality in primary production. Why upstream here control matter? Because primary production is where food safety risk originate. Pathogens in soil or water, chemical residues from inputs, physical contaminations from field conditions, and these hazards enter food chain here. So the control is mandatory at this primary production. The processor can reduce but rarely eliminate hazards that arrive with raw material from upstream, also that arrive to you with raw material. You can reduce but you cannot eliminate. Cooking will kill the pathogens but does not remove the chemical residues downstream there. And washing removes some contaminations but not all, again downstream. And preventions upstream is always more effective than corrective actions downstream. So that's why here auditors also apply some scrutiny uh, and also the regulations, because the control here down there they can only reduce, but here you have the chance to eliminate. Here you have biological variability. You have living organisms behave unpredictably, and you have open system here in upstreams exposure to weather, pests, and wildlife, and soil and water. So that's why also control here is uh, very important. And you have limit controls here. You cannot sterilize the field or eliminate all the hazards. HACCP and hazard analysis. HACCP, or hazard analysis and critical control point, is the foundation of ISO 22000. It requires systematic identification of biological, chemical, and physical hazards, determination of chemical controls points, and implementation of monitoring to ensure the control. So this is how HACCP look like: hazard analysis, then you determine the CCP, then you apply the critical limits, then you monitor, and then you apply the corrective actions. And in primary production, HACCP must be adapted to open environments where precision, precision controls is impossible and variability is inherent. Now let's look at biological, chemical, and physical hazards. If we look at biological hazards, we have pathogenic bacteria such as Salmonella, E. coli, and viruses, and parasites, and toxin-producing molds introduced through contaminated water, soil, manure, wildlife contacts, and workers' hygiene. All this in primary production here. Also, you have chemical hazards such as pesticide residues, veterinary drug residues, heavy metal from oil or water, cleaning chemicals, cross contaminations, and mycotoxin from mold growth. Here also you have physical hazards such as stones, metal fragments, glasses, wood, splinters, plastic, and personal items such as jewelry and buttons are introduced during the harvest handling or transport. So the hazards that we need to control from upstream here. Now let's look at site-specific hazard identification. Generic hazard plans fail the audit because they do not reflect the unique hazards present at your operation. So avoid having generic hazard plan. Hazard analysis must consider your specific raw material, water source, soil condition, pest pressure, equipment, and processes. So how do you do that? First, you need to conduct the hazard analysis in the following way. This is how conducting hazard analysis goes. First, you need to map each process step from, and just let me clarify first, we have full training of advanced HACCP implementation step by step in our YouTube channel. Just check it out and it will guide you if you want to implement HACCP. It has all the tools you need to implement advanced HACCP. Now, here, conducting hazard analysis, first you map each process step from input arrivals to product dispatch. Secondly, you identify all the potential biological, chemical, and physical hazards at each step. And thirdly, you accept the likelihood and severity of each hazard occurring and reaching the consumer. Fourth, you determine which hazard requires control measures, prerequisite program, operations prerequisite program, or CCP, and then you document the rationale for each decision. All right, this is just an overview of how you can conduct the hazard analysis. But again, you can find the full course in our YouTube channel. Now, in HACCP implementation, you have 12 steps, and those are the steps exactly. If you follow them, you can implement HACCP analysis, HACCP. And this is a complete HACCP system implementation. First, we will start with preparation step or preliminary steps from step 1 to step 5. First step is to assemble food safety team. The action required here, you need to form multidisciplinary team with knowledge of product, of processes, and of hazards. And the team composition here must include diverse background, production manager, quality manager, ergonomics, technical experts, maintenance, operational staff, etc. The team leader must be appointed here with authority and responsibility. Auditor will ask you here to test your food safety team, and they will ask who is your food safety team who who and what are their qualifications. Example, who is on your food safety team and what are their qualifications? Auditor here expect to see team charter, member qualifications, and training records. So you need to keep those. Second step, after you assemble your team, you need to describe the product. The action required here, you need to document all products with food safety relevant information. And the information you need to include when you are describing your product should include product name and description, and composition of the product, including ingredient and raw material, physical and chemical characteristics of your products, including pH, water activities, and temperature, and processing methods, and packaging type, and storage and distribution conditions, and shelf life, and instructions for use, and target consumer groups, including vulnerable population. You can find more details if you want to know exactly what to include. You can find in our HACCP advanced HACCP training in our YouTube channel. Now, the tools you can use here to describe your products, you need product description template, and the auditor will test to check if you have implemented effectively by asking to show the product description for specific random products they selected. And the auditor expect to see product description for all products in scope. After your product description, now the third step is to identify intended use of your product. The action requirement here, you need to define how product will be used by end user. And here you need to consider the normal use by the consumer, vulnerable populations like children, elderly, or immunocompromised, and further processing by the customer, and cooking preparation requirements. The auditor here will ask to see if you have identified the intended use, and they will ask who is the target consumer for this product. Auditor expect to see intended use documented in product description that you provided. And then in step 4, you need to construct the flow diagram, and the action required here is for you as a team to create detailed process flow diagram from receiving to dispatch. And you need to include in your flow diagram all the process steps in sequence. Also, you include inputs at each step, such as raw materials and water and additives. You need to include process parameters like time, temperature, and pH. You need to include equipment use. You need to include rework loops. You need to include storage points. You need to include decision points also in your flow diagram. The tools you can use here, you need flow diagram template. And the auditor will test to see your flow diagram completeness here by asking you to walk them through your process using the flow diagram. So they will hold the flow diagram and will tell you, walk me through your process. And they expect to see flow diagram for all the products and processes. Once you construct your flow diagram, now step 5 is to verify the flow diagram on site in real work. The actions here required is food safety team, all of you as a team, to walk through the operations to confirm the flow diagram accuracy. And how do you do that? The method is you need to follow the product through the entire process to verify all the steps, inputs, and parameters. The frequency of verifying your flow diagram, you do it annually or after the process change. Whenever the process change, you need to verify on site. The auditor here will ask, when did you last verify this flow diagram on site? And they expect to see the verification record signed by the team and dated with any corrected notes. Once you are done with that, now we move to step number 6, which is correspondent to principle 1, number 7. So the principles here from That's now you start applying after those 5 preparation steps or preliminary steps. Now you are going to apply the HACCP principles. So you have step 6 corresponding to principle 1 is to conduct hazard analysis. The action required here is to identify all the potential food safety hazards at each process step. The hazard categories here, just give me a second. To conduct the hazard analysis here, you need to identify all the potential food safety hazards at each process step. The hazard categories here include biological hazards such as pathogens, Salmonella, E. coli, and Listeria, and also parasites and viruses. And then you have chemical hazards such as pesticide residues, veterinary drug residues, mycotoxins, heavy metals, allergens, cleaning chemicals. For physical hazard, you have glass, metal, stone, wood, plastic, and personal items. The methods here of conducting the hazard analysis you need for each process step to list the potential hazard and assess the likelihood and severity. And the tools you can use here is hazard analysis worksheet, and the auditor will test if you have conducted your hazard analysis here and ask, for example, what biological hazard could occur during harvesting, and they expect to see comprehensive hazard analysis covering all the steps and hazard types. So you need to pull out your hazard analysis and show exactly all the hazards and types. Then you move to step 7 after conducting the hazard analysis. Step 7 corresponding to principle 2 to determine the critical control point CCP. An action here, you need to identify which steps are CCP, where control is essential to prevent, eliminate, or reduce hazards. And the methods here, you need to use CCP decision tree. And the criteria of doing so here, you need to ask 4 questions to determine the CCP. Those questions is that, for example, no, the first question is control at this step necessary for the safety? Second question, does this step eliminate or reduce the hazard to acceptable level? And definitely with each question you answer with yes or no with justification. Third question, could contamination occur or increase to unacceptable level? And question 4 is, will a subsequent step eliminate or reduce the hazard? Note here, in primary production, CCP are often limited, and many controls are OPRP or operational prerequisite programs. So the auditor here will ask why, for example, is this step a CCP and not a OPRP? And they expect to see CCP determination with justification for each hazard. Once you determine your hazard, you determine your CCP. Now you need to establish the critical limits. Step 8, corresponding to principle 3. So the action here required to establish critical limits for each CCP, you as a team, need to set measurable limits that separate acceptable from unacceptable. And the critical limits criteria here, first, they need to be measurable, such as temperature, time, pH, water, activity, or concentration. And also they need to be based on scientific evidence or regulatory requirements, and they need to be achievable in practice. Example, if your critical limit is cooling, the product core temperature, for example, must be maintained under 5 degrees Celsius within 2 hours. Okay, so that's measurable and specific and achievable. And the washing, for example, if it's your critical limits, and you could state chlorine concentrations must be maintained between 50 to 200 ppm. If it's storage, the temperature must be maintained under 4 degrees Celsius. Such things, okay? Those are examples. The tools you need critical limits table. The auditor here will ask to test your critical limits. What is the critical limits for this CCP and why? And the auditor expect to see critical limits documented for each CCP with scientific justification. Once you're done with that, now you are in step 9, which is correspondent to principle 4, is to establish monitoring system. And the action here required you need to define how CCPs will be monitored to ensure critical limits are met. In the monitoring requirements here, to establish monitoring system, to ask first what parameters to measure. Are you going to measure temperature or time of concentration? Also, you need to determine the methods or equipment. Are you going to measure through thermometer, through time, through task kit, automated? You need to determine that. And when the frequency, is it continuous monitoring, every batch or every hours? And who is going to monitor? The responsible person must be trained and competent, such as operator or supervisor. And the tools here, you need CCP monitoring plan document. The auditor here will test you and ask, show me your CCP monitoring records for the last week. And they expect to see monitoring procedures, monitoring records, and calibration equipment or calibrated equipment. Then in step 10, you need to establish corrective actions. Here in establishing corrective actions, the action requires you need to define the actions to take when monitoring shows critical limits is not met. The corrective actions requirement here, you need immediate actions to regain control, and then you need to evaluate you need to evaluate the affected products, to keep it on hold or to rework or to dispose it. And also then you need to investigate the root cause, and then you need to apply preventive actions from recurrence. The tool you need here to establish corrective actions, you need a procedure. Auditor will test you here and ask, what did you do when this CCP was out of control? And they expect to see corrective actions records showing action taken and product disposition. Then you move to step 11, which is correspondent to principle 6, to establish verification procedures. The action requirement here, you need to define activities to verify HACCP system is working effectively. The verification activities here, first, you need to review the monitoring records. The verification activities need include review of monitoring records, calibration of monitoring equipment, observation of monitoring activities, testing of products, review of corrective actions, validation of critical limits, internal audit of HACCP system, and the frequency here for establishing verification procedure. You can review or conduct a verification weekly record review, for example, an annual system review. And the tools you need here include verification schedule. So you must establish a schedule for verification. The auditor here will test you and ask, how do you verify your CCP system is effective? And they expect to see verification records, calibration records, and test results. Once you have established verification procedure, now you move to the final step, which is step 12, correspondent to principle 7, to establish documentation and record keeping. The actions here, you need to document HACCP plans and maintain records, and the HACCP plan must include food safety team, product description, flow diagram, hazard analysis, CCP determination, critical limits, monitoring procedures, corrective actions, verification procedures, record keeping, record keeping system. And for records to monitor, These include CCP monitoring records, corrective actions records, and verification records, and HACCP plan modification. The tools you need here, you need HACCP plan templates and record templates. And again, we have all the guidance and all the tools in our advanced HACCP training on our YouTube uh, channel. You can check them out. Now here the auditor will ask, show me, for example, your complete HACCP, and here they want to see complete as evident. They expect to see complete HACCP plan and record retention per requirements. The DACA requirement here for HACCP plan, the complete, you need product description, flow diagram, hazard analysis, CCP monitoring, procedure, and corrective actions procedures and verification procedure. And for the records requirement, you need flow diagram verification, hazard analysis, CCP monitoring records, corrective actions records, and verification records to review. Well, now your path forward. We are finished with auditing in primary industry. You have completed now the audit in primary industry. Module 2, we will focus on food ingredient manufacturing. And this is presented to you by QHSE 360. Your presenter is Walball, the founder. Thank you, and we'll see you in the next with food and ingredient manufacturing system. Please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. And also, if you need any document, if you need help with your certifications, just reach out and we will help you. And don't worry about your budget, okay? We'll just be happy to help you. Thank you and see you.